Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, May the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Kerry. Wow, guys, so much action to this morning. Look at all these earnings plays. Everything in blue here is an earnings play. These are the ones active up, and these are the ones down. This is probably the biggest day this week. I mean, yesterday we had a lot, but wow, look at this. So anyway, let's take a look at some of them. But first, we've got to talk about these banks. PAC W. I guess nobody believes they had earnings last week, and it didn't appear to be too bad. But I guess nobody believes it really, and they're considering putting themselves up for sale. So again, regional banks in disarray again. PAC W. FHN is not. I haven't heard them in the same vein as PACW, but these are just being affected. FHN, another regional bank, and WAL, Western Alliance. This could be. I mean, again, they had earnings. They didn't appear to be too bad, but man, no, I don't think anybody believes it. So the regional banks in disarray again. But there's a ton of stuff happening. This EVA, guys, EVA, wow, EVA. Look at what happened to EVA. EVA basically cut in half and all-time low now. This is an earnings play. Meanwhile, as I'm talking, ACGN from yesterday is ripping here. ACGN from yesterday. Man. Um, SNGX is not an earnings play, sorry. It's just a phase 3 gap up. But again, you look at this, I mean, it got up to $6, almost cut in half from the highs in the pre-market, 2.88 million. They said they had positive clinical, I think it said phase 3. I don't know what a phase 3 flash study is, but William would probably know. Well, ARNC is a buyout, so I don't know if it's going to launch from here, John. ARNC is a buyout. It is an earnings play also, but it's a buyout. And the buyout is at 30, I think. That's what their Apollo Group. Agreement to be sold to Apollo for $30 in cash. Now, again, whether it happens or not, that's the other issue. From yesterday, low float China, XIN. XIN is it still happening? Yeah, I mean, it's up 36%, big volume. XIN from yesterday. Yeah, Shop is earnings, Shopify, SHOP, big gap up for Shop. Big gap up for Shop. Let's see. Boy, this is above this high right there, I think. 54.67. Yeah. So, I mean, the next high, oh, this is a monthly chart. Let me get to a weekly chart. Yeah, it's a big gap. That's a nice gap for Shop right now, guys. The next high looking left is $64 for 64.44 for Shop. As Real says, it may fade, but right now this is a pretty strong stock. Looking at that weekly chart. SRTS, another earnings play, cheaper one, gapping down on earnings. Big 45% down on earnings. Wow. QCOM, big one. QCOM is down on earnings. Your 101.61. Whoops. We have 101.61 is the next low looking left on the weekly. So it still has a little bit of room. QCOM. Here's another one. Isn't this the one that Warren Buffett's in? Took a big stake in PARA. This is gapping down on earnings. Lots of volume. PARA. Thank you, Liam. Okay, I haven't seen that before. That particular flash designation. ZimV. ZIMV is low volume. I think it was low volume when I looked at it. It's an earnings play, gapping down. I'm sorry, gapping up on earnings, but low volume. Volume is starting to pick up, but this is coming into it's coming into a couple of things, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Not too far away, that green line there on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So this could be a fader. Yeah, lots of shares available, 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. So there are shares available. Though after hours yesterday, it did get up to 12. Yeah, I'm hearing that IEP. Yeah, just this crazy one for Canadians, or if you're not in the US, to short this one, some kind of a withholding tax. So just don't want to get involved in it. Now this one could get interesting. Let's see, is it held its gains? CYTO? CYTO? Yeah, maybe not. 152. The reason I looked at it, okay, it's still up 36%. So for tax purposes, out of Bermuda, I guess. But look at that short float percent, 50% short. Low float, 1 million, 50% short. But it did get up to 150 and now it's pulling way back. And that is CYTO. Don't know if there's any news on that one. Now, just as I was just about to open the room, DBGI was popping up. This is sort of a preliminary revenue. So they're releasing on the 15th, but they've kind of conditioned the market with this preliminary revenue results for first quarter, but the official results are not until May 15th. So this is kind of a pre-earnings release for DBGI. Low float again, 2 million in the float. Yeah, Peloton, big loss. I mean, they're trying to paint a bit of a rosy picture on it. Um, let me get the. I can't read the full report. Anyway, they definitely lost money more than they thought, more than was predicted. But they're trying to indicate that. Here we go. This is what I'm trying to say. Posts wider than expected loss, but beats revenue and guidance expectations. But the market doesn't care. Right now, the market doesn't care. So on beating, boy, shop is just ripping here, guys. I'm hearing it right here. Shop, 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 over and over again. Yeah, so initially, I guess on that headline, when it said, but beats revenue and guidance expectations, the stock popped and then reality set in. So PTON, basically a lifetime low right now. Yeah, keep an eye on that IMGN, guys. I was actually weak early this morning, but then it popped right back up. I was watching this move down here. I thought maybe they're going to announce a financing, but not yet anyway. I'm not saying they're going to, but it seemed to me that it would be likely that they would announce a financing at some point. But anyway, it has not been announced. So as this was sliding, I thought maybe now, but nope, it's popped right back up. I'd be watching this on a 13 break. Of course, had the huge news yesterday. Big, big gap up yesterday. Yeah, I do see that CVRE. I mean, there's just so many to look at. There's the CVRE. Sorry, CVR, SVRE. The next high looking left is a 222 through the 200-day moving average. Huge volume. Don't know if there's any specific news on them. An Israeli stock. I don't see any. Okay, concludes the successful pilot demonstration with Abu Dhabi Integrated Transport Center. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so they had some news. EVA. Other one, OPCH. Forgot to mention this one, OPCH. OPCH is another earnings play, gapping down on big gap down on earnings. OPCH. What an ugly looking weekly chart, but now, yeah, I mean, look at this daily chart. So now, I mean, it's broken way down through the 200-day moving average. That is OPCH. So it's not only an earnings play, but they're also trading lower after the company announced a combination with Amedisys. Oops. Now, I know that somebody said RCL has earnings, and yeah, nice pop up for RCL. Still can't get behind these cruisers yet. CCL had some news, something about reopening, I think one of their big cruisers going into back into Japan or something. Princess Cruises make a strong comeback with, okay, let's get this. Here we go. With Diamond Princess to take guests to explore Japan. So, okay. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. They don't have earnings until the 22nd. I'm surprised RCL has earnings today. Okay, I thought they had them right around the same time. NCLH, take a look at NCLH, the other big cruiser, and they had earnings. I don't really recall. Well, they had earnings and popped through the 200-day briefly, still through. So okay, there's an argument to be made that, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1528 for NCLH. So if the cruisers kind of remain strong today, yeah, maybe. And Trip, yeah, Trip is another one on my list. So many earnings plays. Trip, RIP, and a big gap down on earnings, and another one near the lifetime low. Basically at a lifetime low now for Trip. Eva, boy, Eva, take out 10, 9, take out 9. I think holding it up, of course, because it's an all-time low. Cut in half after lowering guidance and eliminating their dividend. I don't know what they do. Let's see, what do they do? Miscellaneous wood product manufacturing. Okay. All right, 9/11. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our analysts. I'm going to go to briefing.com and check that out. A little bit active today. Let me get them in now. The upgrades and downgrades. See if there's anything interesting. Deutsche Bank actually being upgraded by Citigroup. I saw, you know what, guys? I saw that Corvo. I think QRVO. I think it's an earnings play. I think it's at around $100. Let's take a look. It's being upgraded. QRVO. I think it's around $100. Yeah, so it's an earnings play also. Big gap up on earnings. The reason I didn't talk about it earlier is just the volume is so low right now, but through the 200-day moving average, just one moment, please. Okay, Corvo. Pcor. Pcor is being upgraded by Goldman. PCOR. Take a look at Pcor just to see if there's anything happening with Pcor. It is PCOR. PCOR. See if it's an earnings play or not. It is an earnings play. Well, upgraded by Goldman. Not very much volume yet. Boy, para. Boy, with Eva, and para. Wow. And DHT is another one, guys. I didn't mention. I mean, there's just so many earnings plays. DHT is another earnings play getting hammered down here. 40. Actually, not hammered down. It's only down 5%, but it is through the 200-day moving average. The challenge, of course, is to. I mean, with so much going on, I haven't really even. I don't really know what's going to happen with these low floaters today. I saw top almost got to a was getting closer to 100 earlier. Top. Kind of waiting on that one later in the day yesterday, but it did not take out 100. I think the key level was around 95. I'll check that daily chart again. I think the key level is 95. All right, here's another upgrade by Goldman. Take a look at DSGN. DSGN. See if anything interesting is happening with this one on Goldman's upgrade. So they have earnings next week. Yeah. Right now, I got some of the downgrades in. See if there's anyone that is being multiply downgraded by different firms. Don't see anything. You see this UPWK. This is an earnings play also. There's just, I mean, it's just so many to talk about, but UPWK is another one that I saw moving down on earnings. I guess the big one this afternoon at about 4:30 Eastern time, I guess Apple will release their earnings report. Okay, and FULC has been downgraded by Goldman. Let's take a look to see if there's any action on this one. FULC, why they care. Such a cheap one. Anyway, okay, there are your upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. So the market is going to have a weak open. The SPY is down. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, docked channel bar, click on show more, and then sector status. I don't think, oh, look at this. Okay, so energy is having a bit of a rebound here, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, these are the stocks that make up XLE, and 77% in green. That means 77% of them are up from yesterday's close. So, energy has been on a downcline for a few days now, maybe in a few weeks. But anyway, this is so maybe a little bit of a rebound. And let's take a look. Anything else interesting? Kind of basically 50-50 on most of them. Not financials, of course. Financials are still getting whacked here, but about 50-50 on most of them. So as we speak then, financials super weak. Energy is reasonably strong today. Let's take a look at, now I want to take a look at that. Actually, energy, I want to see where it is in relation to the 200-day moving average. I know it broke down below 2 days ago. and now it continued down yesterday. That's a big deal, guys. I mean, energy was sort of a well, I'd kind of forgotten this. Kind of forgotten that it had been taken out before also. But for the longest time, with most of the major sectors down, energy was strong, was reasonably strong, well above the 200-day moving average, but now below it again. Let's take a look at retail. Retail is another one that should be below the 200-day moving average. Yep. Consumer staples, it should be right around it, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. No, no. Far away. Yeah. So consumer staples is a strong sector. Consumer staples, very strong sector. Healthcare, XLV, XLV. Let's take a look at healthcare. Still hanging above. That was another one that was, broke down several months ago, but crawled back up on April the 3rd. Industrial should be above the 200-day. Yeah. Of course, financials now probably moving away, though most of this is regional banks. Yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, we've had three down days now in XLF, moving away again from the 200-day. Look like on the 19th of April, look like, you know what? Maybe we'll start to maybe we'll poke above it, but nope. And discretionary should be below. Yeah, actually, it's just hanging around, hanging around that 200-day moving average. Poked above it yesterday, but closed down below it. So it is another one that is below. That is four major sectors below the 200-day moving average. XLB, take a look at XLB, should be above it. But you know what? Look at this, getting close to, yeah, this is getting close now to being below. This is we're definitely a sea change, guys, because I would say 3 weeks ago, there were only a couple of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Here's communications nicely above, and then technology above. But now we've got four major sectors below the 200-day moving average, and also materials starting to approach it. So let's take a look at semis, SMH. And DHT continues down here. DHT continues to make new lows through the 200-day moving average. So what is the next low looking left on that daily chart? Looks like around, yeah, pretty close actually, 851. I'm sorry, it's at 851 now. So yeah, 844 looks like there could be some support not that far away. Could be, 840 to 850 on the DHT if you look at this daily chart. But, it's an earnings play. Jeffries downgraded it, to hold with a target of 10. That was the Blue Orca, Captain. Okay. Blue Orca meaning they came up with I guess, one of their reports on EVA, one of the short sellers. Yeah, Wayfair is an earnings play. W is an earnings play. You would think, yeah, I mean, especially with the market being weak today, you would think that a lot of these ones are just going to could fade easily, especially if they're coming into areas. Shop is one though that I mean, I know Real is talking about shorting it, and it probably did. It was a nice little short up here, I guess. But boy, this is still just look left. I mean, it's got the room, but my bias, in this market is still to short most of these toppers. While Peloton continues down, PTON continues down. It's not quite a lifetime low. Let's see, where are the lifetime lows? Well, I guess the lifetime lows are way down here. Six, it looks like it's closer, but remember, Peloton was a $200 stock? Not quite, $170 stock at the high. So that's why the position in the day's range at 0.6%, you would think it's right, has to be right close to the all-time low, and it is, but the all-time low is at six something. Boy, Peloton 174. Remember those days, guys? January of 2021, 2 years ago, almost 2.5 years ago. Michael Loss calls it an iPhone on a bike or iPad on a bike. But they're still pumping those ads out. I see them anyway, the Peloton ads, basically saying, hey, we're still using it. 92% are still using their Peloton, whatever they bought, whatever device they bought. And that may well be, but no increase in sales. So okay, you've got the people who bought them are still using them according to the ads. Okay, UPWK, as I mentioned, this is an earnings play, also down 20%. Another one that's very close to a lifetime low, UPWK had a downgrade this morning. Lots of shares available, 2.8 million available to short at Interactive Brokers. What a what a drop here for Eva from when was this? This was back of course over a year ago. Wow. So I am going to be watching top just in case. I think I have an alert set up here around no, no. Well, I had one, I thought. Yeah, so the highs are 94 right there. I mean, yesterday's high and 3 days ago. Okay. So I'm just going to stick an alert up here. I mean, very risky, of course, but just want to see if it. Whoa! It just did it. It just as I put that price alert in. I'm hearing run, guys. Is this an earnings play? Run, R-U-N. Is this an earnings play? And the answer is yes. So they must have just released. Maybe they just released now, just before the market opened. I'm sorry. This is a post. So I'm sorry. So they released after hours yesterday. There's the mauve area right there. So they released after hours, moved down, kind of held around the area. Then all of a sudden, some selling came in for run. Is it really a minute to the open already? All right, everybody. So this is a minute to the open, about 50 seconds, 45 seconds. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down. And again, for those of you who don't know, this is my last day for 7 trading days. So Chris Varley will take over tomorrow in the room. He won't be on the mic all day long. He'll open the room though. He'll pop in every now and then. And my good friend Real will also help out in just keeping the room civil and on topic. Okay. So I'll be back May 16th in the room. Okay, guys, we're at 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. So here we go, guys. Market is now open. Guys, Eva, now well down, well below 9. Look at even Para. Actually, the ones ending in A are just going crazy. Look at this, Para, Eva, and PRVA. I know that had earnings also, PRVA, though it gapped down and now it's trying to recover a little bit here, PRVA. It looks like they're doing a financing. Yeah, they're doing a financing also. And that's PRVA. Neighbor, this is an earnings play, airline industry, SABR, earnings play. Next high looking left. I don't like it. Just looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. SABR. And we have a couple of halts. So PACW got halted on the way down, probably. And HCDI, guys, the one from yesterday, one of the ones from yesterday. Look at these gaps. These were all halts. You can see they're halted there, gapped up. Wow. IEP just continues down, breaking down through 30 now. All right, guys, here's WAL showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown early. You know, one of the another regional bank. And I just mentioned the PRVA moving down, 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't like it because it had the big pop. You know, gap down. I wish the alerts were down here. Now, SABs, I did see SABS. Now, this could go crazy. I mean, no, actually, it's not a low float, 35 million. Next high looking left is 145. It did get up there this morning. Okay, SABS. I think they presented positive phase 1 and 2A data. So there was some news for SABS. Okay. Well, again, if you're a little less conservative than me, look at that PRVA. So we had the alert right there. 24.25. And again, I'm sharing these scans. Okay, guys, just go to my homepage. I'll put my homepage link in. Sharing these scans. And if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down until you see the scan section. Click on scans and you'll see the scans that I'm sharing, including the 10-day daily breakout and down. Oh boy, wall. I tell this wall might, boy, early. Here's another earnings play, guys. CG is another earnings play being knocked down. The next low looking left, 25.34. So there is some room. There's about $1, I think, to the next low looking left for CG on the weekly chart. I think here's another. I haven't seen this one for a while. This PCG. You just remember this one a few years ago, just getting hammered. This is an earnings play, PCG in California, lawsuits, etc., big settlements with the fires. Para, guys, Para now is getting closer to that eight. Well, I was going to say the 18 break. Right, XIN, guys, XIN, I mean, again, risky. High yesterday was 649. Low float China. SCMI, all-time high, really? Take a look at SCMI. Be an earnings play. Is that the right symbol, Alan? SCMI? I guess it's not the right symbol. SMCI. Yeah, wow. Not an earnings play. It was earnings on the second. Reaction was right here yesterday. Release earnings after hours on the second. So the reaction was yesterday. Yeah. Second day continuation, super microcomputer. Well, look at CG now, guys. CG, just mentioned this one. Had a little bit of room. It's probably filled it. 25.42. So it's probably got right down there, didn't it? 25.51. All right, Para. The next low looking left for Para is 1680. So about $1 away. Okay, guys, here's that high short float percentage stock, CYTO. Another bank, guys, CMA, Comerica. Is that Comerica? Yeah, another bank. Not an earnings play, but another bank being, I guess this is uh, like, do you guys classify this as a regional bank or is it more national? All right, guys, I'm waiting on Para now for another 18 break. I might take that short, another 18 break. That's the PARA. Here's okay. Well, I don't know. I don't consider this a regional bank, but anyway, CMA is not an earnings play, but boy, look at this. 28.92 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart for CMA. Hey guys, Para. Now it's a little early for me, but I said, another 18 break. So if it gets back up, I'm in at 1795, 1796. So if it gets back up to that area, I'll get out. It is a little bit early for me to do it, but so it's a large regional. That's what I thought. I thought it was a because even I know Comerica. I've heard of Comerica before. Oh, energy, NRG, another one gapping down right now. Is that an earnings play? NRG. Another earnings play, guys. NRG gapping down. Next low looking. Again, I'm just looking at these from my 10-day daily breakdown. Lots of them happening right now. Again, I knew this would happen. I knew this would get very active during earnings season because this is typically when stocks are going to, make a 10-day break or a 10-day breakout and on usually decent volume. So anyway, energy, where could this get to? NRG, the next low looking left is 30.49, and look what it did. It got down to 30, 33.32. I'm sorry, it got down to 30.54, and the low is 30.50. So it basically got to that low and bounced. I hear the warrants, I guess, for pack or another. I don't know if these are warrants or with pack WP. Wall guys, WAL. Again, just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Look at this. So I don't have the SPY up. This is the regional bank ETF. Okay, so you can just see this. Look at that opening red candle. Now FHN is showing up. FHN is showing up on my 10-day, excuse me, on my 10, yeah, para. Sorry, guys. Whew. BHC, another one. Boy, there's just all these showing up in the 10-day daily breakdowns. BHC, another earnings play. BHC, this is probably almost a lifetime low. Yeah, it's within 1%. The lifetime low looks like it's down here around 4. Okay, FHN is, I don't think it's an earnings play. FHN is just another regional bank. Had a pop, that's the only thing I don't like. I mean, it got down to 648 and a pop up here. All right, guys. Here's another one showing up. KPT, it's pretty cheap though. KPTI, it's an earnings play. KPTI, an earnings play, but it's pretty cheap. Mm. Guys, I'm loving para. I had 2 focuses this morning, maybe 3. Eva, para, and Peloton, PTON. And $16.87 is the next low looking left. So I am covering some of this right here. I'm going to take some profit right now. Oh, a nice fill, nice fill. Okay. So from, yeah, wall is halted down on volatility. Yes. So there was the alert early. 2563. Wow, 2563, 2296. 10-day daily breakdown. Well, there is one on the upside. Let's see if, wow, it moved. It really moved. I mean, I haven't looked at anything on the upside, but look at Lemonade, LMND, and this is an earnings play also. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It had some action, but for whatever reason, maybe it wasn't up enough. I was concentrating more on other things, but look at Lemonade, LMND. The alert was at 1339, 1389 now. Have I told you that if I could only have 2 scans, one on the upside and one on the downside, this is all I do, especially during earnings season. Of course, I'm being facetious. Joby, somebody mentioned Joby. Joby, Joby. This is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. But, just look left on the daily and the weekly charts. What do you see? Hands up. Like, what do you see? I see a lot of resistance, not a clean look. Just look left and you see 470 up here on the weekly and the daily. If all this weren't here, say the next high looking left was up at 6, then it'd be an awesome look. But for me, it's just not. And it doesn't mean it's not going to pop, like break through all this. But you hear us talk about having a trading plan, and that's part of my trading plan is looking left. And I'm not going to. If this broke through here in a big way, I'm not going to say, "Oh man, I should have taken it." No, because my plan is not to take these. If I see anything that looks like it could stop it on a chart, fairly close. It's that simple. Ooh, here's another one. This is about as active as I have seen the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, I just can't keep up with them. I'm just going to have to ride the para. But look at this. Wow, ULCC. This is an all-time low. An earnings play, all-time low, ULCC. When did the alert happen? At 782. 782. And again, if you want these scans, guys, they're on my homepage. Go to the scan section, put my link in. And there's the para trying to make maybe take out that 16, sorry, the 17 level. And I think 1687 was the next low looking left. So that's why I decided to take some out. That's 17. 1729 is where I covered some. Okay, let's take a look at some of these other ones from the 10-day daily. There's Wall coming out of its halt, WAL coming out of its halt. That was awesome from that 10-day daily breakdown. I did not take it. It was a little early for me. Watch when I come back from vacation, Wall could be in the tens. I mean, what did it get down to here? I mean, this got down to $7, guys. I mean, I just think that these regional banks, even though they came out with earnings on the 18th and, wasn't as right there, you can see the reaction right there on that day. It looked like, okay, maybe we're clear sailing, but the market just doesn't believe it. Okay, there's a little pop for para off that 17. Somebody mentioned Frog. Is this an earnings play? FROG? Frog is an earnings play. Now, is this shortable for me? Yes, it is. 2.2 million at Interactive Brokers. You can see, why do I look left? Well, take a look. What did it get up to? 2149. What's the high there? 2134, 2135, 2139, right in that area. That's, yes, it poked above by a few pennies, but that just basically kind of stopped it for a while anyway. And now we're halt, halted on the way down now, CHCI. Another low floater, 2.9 million, low float mania. All right, guys, I'm out of the para now. I'm gonna take a look at it later on if it takes out 17. But I'm out of the para now. Para is kind of moving with the market a little bit. Chop. Okay, I haven't looked at Chop at all, so I know that was your. But this was, I'm just not in a long frame of mind. But wow, now look at it. Yes, we mentioned this in the pre-market, and said the next high looking left was 6140, and it's getting close. Getting close on that's on the weekly chart. And now wall halted on the way up. Really? Okay. FHN did this. It was halted, and now it's resumed. So it's trying to come back a little bit here. Wow, I mentioned this. I didn't take it, guys. I cannot do everything, but look at that CYTO. Oh, okay. Well, it came right back down. Okay. But so how this is organized, in case you're thinking, well, this must be delayed data. No, no, no. This is going to tell me every time a stock makes a new high in this, you're going to see it at the top here when it makes a new high, and you'll see the time. So you can see the CYTO made a new high at 142. So there's the ORMP as an example, just making a new high. But you won't see every time ORMP makes a new high, you won't see it. You won't see the symbol over and over again. Like in a list, you won't see ORMP, 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 if that makes sense. But you will see it every time it makes a new high. It'll go right to the top of this list. And here, this is obviously the reverse. PAC in a new low. Earnings play, PACK. Wayfair is a little like Shopify, a little bit. I don't mean they're not the same business, but look at Wayfair. I mean, if it can break through here, what's the high? Looking left on the daily is 38.34. So it's got a little bit to go, but then it's got a shot into this 41 level on the daily if it remains strong. So on the flip side, again, I didn't Lemonade, LMND, earnings play. Now coming into potential resistance, still got a ways to go actually. 1466 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. This is shortable for me. So this market pop may be short-lived. I'm looking at this topping tail on the second 15-minute candle on the SPY. I'm sorry, this is KRE. Let me get back to the SPY. Well, you can just see though, what happened. So the regional banks, they were moving down, 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 and now some of them are having a pop. And there's the WAL as an example. It's gonna really track this KRE. Well, I guess you'd have to say the star definitely is this lemonade because basically had no pullback. I just couldn't concentrate on it. I was in the para. SNGX, what did it do? No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers now anyway. SVRE, what did it do? And why I'm at looking at these ones, these are two that showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, but did not follow through. We're seeing definitely seeing a lot of bounces. Some of these stocks that were down. Okay, guys, keep an eye on IMGN. IMGN. And this had legitimate news yesterday, and it was an amazing move with that float. I don't know what it ended up at, but 40%, 50%. I don't know what it ended up at as a gain, but I can do the math. But it was a huge gain with that float. So in my opinion, there's really no resistance to this because I think we had to go back to 2018 to see similar levels. And do we really care what happened 5 years ago? Vino, I think I saw Vino this morning. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play, but I did see Vino this morning. This has the ability to do some craziness. Got up to almost $6. Okay, guys, there's your IMGN. Now it's at 13. Let's see if it really, okay, it took it out briefly. Let's put an alert around 1309. Let it clear it a little bit stronger. So anyway, Vino, VINO. Yeah, so that day, no, that was 160. So this was the crazy day back in February 2nd. The Gaucho Group, low float, 2.25 million in the float. Really did not join in with all the other crazy low floaters until today. I don't know if they had any news. I know it moved in the after hours yesterday, got up to 160. Well, look at KRE, guys. I mean, if you're playing the regional banks, I mean, I would have KRE up, okay, especially if you're shorting them. All right, guys, let's see if IMGN has any legs. SHC, sorry, somebody mentioned that. SHC, they had earnings yesterday and continuation down on earnings and now at the low of yesterday. That's why you mentioned it. Look at this. Yeah, look at this massive potential void fill for SHC. Lots of share. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 1.7 million to short for the SHC. Oh, guys, guess what? I see you just posted that, Neil. Yeah, top just exploded, and I mean exploded through 100. Super risky, super risky. Okay, but it did explode through 100. What's the spread like? Yeah, I mean, for this stock, I mean, it's about a well, right now, a $1.50 spread. Here's another. Is this a bank? Penn? No, it's entertainment. I should know that. It's casino entertainment. Um, Another one gapping down on earnings. Penn, Penn, gapping down on earnings. The next low looking left is 26.13, so it's got a little bit of room down to that 26 level. And actually, a green bar ignored. Green bar ignored. They're red. Yeah, so if you look at this 15-minute candle on for Penn, PENN, the 15-minute, the opening or the 9:15, 9:30 candle, and then you see a green candle totally engulfed by that previous red candle, and then the next candle is red. That signifies a potential short. Okay. And there's the okay. Here's another one. EVH. I think this is a healthcare stock, though, isn't it? EVH. EVH is gapping down on not yes on earnings. Yeah, but I think though, I mean, it's got some room to 30.39 until I'm wrong. 30.59. So I don't like it because I don't it doesn't have enough room for me underneath. Excuse me, before it hits the next low. If it were down here, if that were the next low, 29.66, it'd be a lot better. But okay, guys, I just got booted out of the IMGN. I'll keep an eye on it for another 13 break, but it just didn't. It looked good for a bit, but it just didn't do it. Yeah, a little disappointing here. IMGN. I was in at 13.05, so now I'm going to keep watching it though. Let's see if it takes up this. I had a little bit of profit in it. Wow, a good deep, but I was looking for a lot more. So it's trying to come back a little bit again. All right, let's take a look at something else here now. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned frog a little earlier, and getting close to 21.39. So it's above that. Now the next issue is the 200-day moving average at 22.14. So you got about 50 cents until that. All right, Portillo's is an earnings play. PTLO is an earnings play. And wow, what a choppy day. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail, and now sitting right at the 200-day moving average. Just a little bit below the VWAP and just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, look at again, if you want to play the regionals, have KRE up if you want to short them, or even if you want to go long. Just follow KRE, put it as a thumbnail chart that doesn't, it's not symbol link, so you'll have it up and running the whole time. If you want to play these regionals today, really recommend you have KRE. I had KRE up for probably a week during the that first go around when the Silicon Bank fiasco happened, and it was amazing to watch KRE. But what is the spy doing? Just for fun. What is well, the spy is kind of following. Houston, we have a problem here. HOUS. This is an earnings play and got down on earnings, but really choppy, man. Really choppy on that 15-minute chart. Volume is dried up a bit. Guys, I've not given up on the IMGN, okay? It's just I want to see it take out 13 again in obviously a in a stronger way. Maybe get up to that 1320 mark again, 13. In fact, I better put an alert, 1315 or so. I want to see if it gets back up there. Another earnings play. Look at the room this one's got, guys. TSVT, another earnings play. TSVT. So let's take a look. Look left. Next high looks left. Sorry. Next high looking left looks like around 1173. You sure of that? Oh, 1124. I'm sorry. 1124 is the next high looking left. So I am going to I have to stick an alert there at 1124 and see if it takes that out. Because if it does, then the next high is 1173, which would be, not bad, 50 cents away or so. And if I could ever take that out, look out. I mean, this could really move. And it's a pharma and it's an earnings play. Well, if you guys were trading around in 2008, Captain K is talking about the SEC is not considering a moratorium on short selling of banks right now. But if you guys were around trading in 2008, that's exactly what happened. They did put a moratorium on shorting the banks. I'm not sure if it was just banks, but it was definitely banks for sure. Okay, guys, Peloton, PTON, making another new low here. Look at you, Grumpus, posting good stuff now. Okay, Weave is another earnings play, WEAV, another earnings play, WEAV. And through the 200-day moving average, coming into what I consider pretty strong resistance. Is this shortable? For me, it is shortable. 147,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. To me, it's coming into some pretty tough resistance. You've got this area right there where it's at, and then on top of that is around 540-ish, 540 to 550. And that is WEAV. Yeah, I saw that. Is it trading it? KVUE, KVUE, a big one of the bigger IPOs. It's funny they say this is the biggest IPO. Yeah, so it hasn't started to trade yet. It's a Johnson and Johnson spinoff. Say it's the biggest IPO since Riven, RIVN, back in I think 2021. What I'm going to do is, you want to know when it starts trading. Now it may show up on the House resumes. All you do is this. Put if you're interested, put KVUE, put it in the chart, not trading yet. Right click, create price alert, and it'll, well, I guarantee it'll be over 5. So you just say save. It's supposed to come out around 22. So when it happens, you'll see your price alert window will pop up. Oof, another earnings play, guys. Mosaic, MOS, Mosaic, gapping down on earnings. Let's take a look left. What sort of room does it have? Next slow looking left is 3870. So it's got a little bit of room. Now there goes down, wall down again, guys. Other earnings play. This is an all-time high, not quite. This is a recent, I'm going to call it an IPO. Problem is, I don't know why it's not saying it's an all-time high now. So it must have, maybe it was trading at some other symbol before. But here's UPD. Sorry, UPBD. UPBD. All right, guys. IMGN teasing us again at that 13 level. Okay, so again, I won't use this scan once we're at an earnings season, but this is a pretty interesting look. Okay, so you see EQNR showed up here. Yeah, you can't see it now as an earnings, as something that is gapping down. So it's still up, but it's starting to move down. So for instance, if you look at there it is. So it's green. That tells me that it's a positive earnings play, but it's moving down. If that makes sense. And look at all the earnings plays. A month from now, I'll be hard pressed to find like 2 or 3. And I've organized it by showing the ones that are at the high of the day, the position in the day's range. So that's how I've organized it or sorted it, and at the low of the day. So even though REI is still positive, barely positive, but it's at the low of the day. Now that's a cheap one, right? It's not a great example, but as opposed to look at OGN. OGN, all right, there's Mosaic. I mean, Mosaic, I just mentioned it. Mosaic moving down on earnings. Wow, look at ORMP. This is actually an earnings play, and it's not a low float, but look at ORMP. What a few days it's had, but look at the gap. I don't know what happened here. I can't remember. Something happened. Well, let's watch ORMP to see how well it holds this three level. You guys are talking about NNOX. I don't see it anywhere, so let's take a look. NNOX, NNOX. Yeah, okay. The next high looking left is 14. So this is not a low float, not an earnings play. So why is it not showing up here? My guess, this is my guess. No. Oh, that's the reason. The relative volume is 5.5, and I've put 6 in here on both of them. I was getting way too many alerts, so that I'm gonna miss some of them, but what a day. Also, these are a couple of top lists that I just glance at. Look at the difference here, guys. 20-day range high. Okay, so these are stocks that meet these filter requirements that are at least at the 20-day range high or greater. Okay, look how many there are. Look how many 20-day range low. I mean, I probably have. Look at this. I mean, this is so telling. These are all stocks making 20-day lows versus the ones making 20-day highs. No, I jokingly said that when I come back from vacation, this could be down at that level here, but I don't know if it's a joke anymore. This meaning WAL. Okay. So this is. I was wondering why this was showing up. So this is if you don't want to short, if maybe your account doesn't allow you to short, or you don't want to short. This is how you can take advantage of the regional banks. Well, this is actually the U.S. big banks index. Um, So you buy this because the banks are falling. Let's take a look at XLF. What's happening with XLF? Yeah, look at this. So close. A few days, like a couple of 3 weeks ago, to getting back to that 200-day moving average. So this is when it all started. I think it might have been that day, and then that day is when it all started with the Silicon Valley. And then look at this. But then okay, calming, calming words from the Fed or SEC. I don't know who, but anyway, moving higher, and then now with these banks, look at KRE. Well, I'll put KRE back up. The SPY is basically right now. KRE and the SPY are basically the same. All right, guys. Well, put your alert again if you haven't done it already, and you have, or whatever platform you're using. Maybe you're within your broker. If you don't have trade ideas, but I would definitely stick an alert for TSVT at around 11:21 and see if it. Whoa. Okay, guys. IMGN back. Let's see if this settles down a little bit. Oh boy, look at this one, guys. OPCH just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Whew, man, it's an earnings play. I believe it's an. Oh, I don't know why we don't have our data there. I'm sure it's an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. OPCH, Option Care Health. Look at this gap down through the. There's EVA making another new low, guys. EVA making another new low. All-time low. Wow. I'm looking at this. This VNKD keeps making a new high after new high after new high. This is the inverse of KRE. Okay, that's basically what's happening. So as it moves down, look at this. Look at this candle. Major sell-off now again in the regional banks. Okay, guys. TSVT, critical level it's at right now. Critical level. Regional banks. Wow, Pac W, basically going to zero. Hey guys, just a minute. I'm just following a discussion within Trade Ideas. EVA. And now something called Para P, which is Paramount again. Um, who mentioned this? Guys, there's so much going on. I just mentioned to the traders in Trade Ideas. I am short SHC, guys. That gap was just too delicious. So I am short SHC, not too far away from where it is now. But look at that gap. Thank you for who mentioned it. We looked at this one yesterday and we thought, man, oh man, look at that gap. Right, you guys are talking about GFAI. Okay, I'll take a look at it. They did the financing yesterday. Okay, yeah. Well, it's running a bit. You're absolutely right. Running a bit. Took out yesterday's high. Yeah, so Parrot is now moving back right back down again. I'm not in it anymore, but it's moving right back down again. Whew, I'm going to have to just forget about IMGN. I think I put an alert at this level up here. It triggered it and then it came right back down again. So it's too jumpy for me right now anyway. Maybe later on in the day, maybe it'll settle down. Take out that 1317 and run. Well, I just put it up there, Luis. I mean, you want to trade it? GFAI. I mean, it's above yesterday's high now, and 10 is well, there's no resistance in theory. There's the next high looking left, 14. Did the financing yesterday. Oh, I do see the the NNOX in the races. So I do see it there. And now I see it here. It's finally showing up because the relative volume is now 6. And that was one of the filters I have here. And another new low for WAL. It could go to 7 today. I mean, there's your low right down here. Right down here around 7. Short squeeze. Well, let's take a look at the short float percent. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty decent, 12%. So it's possible. Is there any news on this one or trading? So they did a financing, I guess, yesterday. Is that right? They did a financing, which is being shrugged off. It's a big move, guys. I mean, 44 million. I mean, that's not a low float. Not high, but it's certainly not low. And not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So probably maybe not a lot of brokers have shorts available. So there will be no downward selling pressure on people with the ability for people to short it. Not talking Centerpoint, and I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, but Eva, Eva, Eva. Oh man. Okay, guys, Peloton's actually having a little bit of a pop here. PTON having a little bit of a pop. But I wouldn't trust any of these pops on virtually anything, especially if it's already down for the day. I mean, the way the market is, let's go back to the SPY here, SPY. Oh, SPY, the SPY. Yeah, so KRE and the SPY are basically mimicking each other right now. Ooh, well, let's take a look at some of these races. So there's the GFAI. You guys have been talking about it. All right, guys. I mean, this TSVT is so interesting right here. I mean, look at this high. The high right there is 1124, 1121, and then after that, though, the next high is 1173. So, boy, I mean, if it takes, I'm going to have to stick an alert at 1125. If it takes it out, it's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day. So look at the volume that came in. What time is it now? 10:37. So this could turn into the biggest volume bar of the day. It still has 7 minutes for this to close. On the 10 o'clock candle was big, but this probably could turn into, because look at this. This has 7 minutes to close. So this could be the biggest volume bar of the day for TSVT. What happened to Wall? Well, he's just getting all caught up in the regional banks. There's fear with it. Doesn't matter what regional bank you are, there's fear, and Wall is just another one. I mean, this is probably the biggest drop. Look at this, guys. I mean, there's I mean, I was jokingly saying when I come back from vacation, this could be down around 7, but this could be 7 today. Well, again, will that 400 hold with the SPY? Another cheapie, LXRX on the move. LXRX on the move. Ugly. Sorry, ugly. Look at the weekly chart. Chopping around. Looks like there's resistance around 3. Don't like it. Another new low. Pack W. Boy. All right, guys. Let's take a look at SABs. Nah, terrible. Terrible. Ryerson. Is this the educate? Oh, no. No, that's in Canada. 33.95, 33.95. So I say 34 is the next lows looking left for Ryerson, RYI. It's not an earnings play, had earnings on the first, but with the rest of the market, probably not too many are moving higher. All right, guys. Okay, you're doing it to me again. IMGN. With that float, I just would have thought it would settle down a little bit more, but it's just not settling down the way I want it to. But let's take a look. Let's see if it can get up to the 1320s and hold and run from there. That's the IMGN. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, Wall just resumed, guys. WAL just resumed. Still lots of shares available. 650,000 at Interactive Brokers. Be interesting to see. I didn't really check to see how many were available earlier today. Nice, JD. I guess you were in this one. LMND, one of the few that moved higher from this, I think, from the 10-day daily breakout. It's all about the breakdowns today for me anyway. Another halt? No, is this one on the way up? This is one of those low floaters, ASNS? Yes. So ASNS just got halted on this big move, or this move here, I guess. But ASNS, of course, had this big move yesterday, up to 950 or so. And low float, 1.3 million in the float. So we've got a few of the low floaters that are in action today. Good morning, Mateo. So I'm in the two trades, guys. I'm in the IMGN again. See if that any lift from here. I'm in that SHC short. SHC is not working badly. I'd love to see obviously a much bigger drop, but how much is it trading and what's the float? Should have checked that before, but I got mesmerized by this gap. Yeah, it's not trading very much. 293,000 shares, 2.6 times normal. It's not a low float, which is okay. Now, are the regional banks starting to move? I'm looking at the SPY with a nice green candle. So are the regional banks having a bounce? Yes, they are. So again, if you're going to trade these regional banks, have KRE up. Okay. And if you're now, did wall bounce a little? No. So the regional banks, this is the ETF for regional banks, wall not participating at all. Oh, it's halted still. Okay. Is it still halted? Well, let's see if it participates in the bounce when it comes out of the halt. Yeah, I don't even see. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. So there's the halt, 11:35, and projection 11:30. It's hard to know where it's going to open. Okay, you know what? I've almost had it with INGN. Yeah, so I'm just gonna forget about it. Took another little loss on the IMGN. All right, let's take a look at some of these other earnings plays. SSRM, the silver miner, yeah, and earnings play, and this has room to 1769. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's the next high looking left on the daily chart for SSRM. It is an earnings play. Wall resumed. Did it pop? Did it? Yes. Wow, look at this. Oh boy. So they said the rumors of a potential being bought or whatever, not true. That's what they're saying. Western Alliance has reported the deal talks absolutely false. So look at that. So hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. Okay, guys, sorry. Again, lots of stuff happening internally, so I'm just tracking it. Okay, now we got a big topping tail on. Let's take a look at Wall to see if that what they put out is really well. No, it's helped. Definitely helped. I mean, that was a massive pop from 11 to 18. And of course, it's halted again because of that move in such a short period of time. All right, Para is at a low again, guys. Para is at another low again of 17, low of the day, 17. Where could it, I think I saw actually 16, is that right? No, 1680, that's right. 1687 is the next low looking left. If it can take that out, then it's got a shot to the 16 level for Para. I would disagree just a little bit, Kiri, because I mean, this got down to, and this it got down to 17 earlier, and then it moved right back up to 18. So, I mean, that's what got me out in this area. I mean, I did well on it, but because without that, I'd still be in it in a big way. All right, next up is Zixi, ZYXI. ZYXI is it an earnings play? I don't see that it's an earnings play. Had earnings on the 27th. ZYXI, big gap down. Okay, so they're saying they're ditching their 2 million, they're offering a 2 million shares, but will continue to pursue some other way of raising money, which is going to dilute, I guess. And now, when you look left, 1038, 992, maybe not enough room. Oh man, the RYI, I mentioned this one just a little earlier. 35 was the alert, and now it's at man, yeah, there's another one. I mean, it's got the room, got about a dollar to the lows. Gold play, AGC. I don't know if it's an earnings play, but it is a gold play. May 9th post market. Just one moment, please. Well, hopefully nobody was in top. I'm just looking at top now, guys. Only know because I have it thumbnail just for fun. Look at this drop. Oh, Para now is getting closer to that. What did I say? 1687, did I say? 1687, getting very close. Takes that out. I mean, it's got room to 16. Oh man, ERJ. I know this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown early. ERJ, where are you? ERJ. Ah, wow. 1389 was the alert. 1389 was the alert at 946. 1389, probably an earnings play. Yes, an earnings play. And that is beautiful. I mean, that is straight down. Hardly any moves higher. Certainly no green 15-minute candles. Just missed it. It's hard to keep track of everything. So while earning season is wonderful, there's just so many opportunities that you can kind of get really too much, almost information overload. But that's why, just concentrate on a few and don't worry about the ones you miss. Like the RYI, RYI just continues down to that potential support area. 33.89, still got about 60 cents, 70 cents to go. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Well, there's top, there's top halted on volatility on the way down. It'll be interesting to see what happens with wall when it comes out of its when it starts to trade, when it comes out of its halt. Okay, guys, TSVT. Again, pop up and right back down. You're ticking me off. Oh, you're right. It is a news halt. You're absolutely right. It says because of news. You're absolutely right. And I wonder if the news is that, they're going to come out in a more in a bigger press release saying, "Hey, we're not looking to be bought or sold, or we're fine." Yeah, look at Rye now. I mean, I'd be watching this maybe for a bounce. I mean, if it gets down to this 30, it's got another 50 cents, 60 cents to go. 33.92-ish, so say 34. You have three daily candles right at that level. Valley Beauty Holdings, SBH is another, oops, there's another one, another earnings play near the low of the day and through the 200-day moving average. And the low looks like the next low looking left looks like around 12.55. That's too close for me. Okay. MCB. Okay, so this is another bank. So that almost got to the low of the really big down day for these banks, 1333, and it got to what 1540. That's MCB. But look at the banks are recovering here. These regional banks are recovering. 11 o'clock. What a fast morning, guys! Very, very fast. So I better go over my homepage and how you can have some of the scans that you're seeing. And also talk about how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, I'm just seeing some of your posts in our Discord room. Fund the boat. Give me a moment. Okay, my homepage. If you click on my homepage link, you want to take out a subscription, we have a nice promo on now, 25%. Now, when you click on the Get Trade Ideas, okay, it's going to say 20%. Okay. Do not use that promo code. Obviously, use the 25 Mayo, MAYO, the letter O, and 25. Don't go 20. Okay. I've got the special code for you guys to get 25% off. So here's how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium standard, annual premium, 2,000, annual standard, 1,000, less the 25% in both cases, of course. The big difference is our watch list, as I call it now. It's not too bad. Some interesting alerts. Okay, how you trade it is up to you. No auto trading. No auto trading. No auto trading. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly? That's fine. 118, 228 standard premium. You'll get the 25% discount on the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If within 30 days you decide you want to take out an annual, though, we will honor the 25%. And also, anybody right now with a monthly subscription, and if you're looking to take out an annual, we can give you that 25%. Okay. And obviously, the reason for taking out an annual, it makes your per month cost better, prorated, but you've got to come up with the money up front. You take out a subscription, you have to do the get started. It'll take you, yeah, forget that one. Don't use this one, guys. Use mine. Mayo 25. To get started, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos that talks about how you start. Well, let's just take a quick look. Your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, you must do that. If you're new to trading, we have a course for you, Trading 101. It's about 30 odd videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. Great free resource. I do a stock of the day video, and you can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. Big education section is here. Click here on the education section, and then here's our guide. And there's that getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and I'm going to go over stock racing. This is the race you see. I really think you should learn how to put price alerts on the charts. Here's the getting started again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1 every day, Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. The last, if all you wanted was my scans and you clicked on my homepage, okay, then all you have to do is scroll down a bit, and here are my scans. And this is the race you see, the large cap gain. Sorry, the biggest gainer open. That's the race you see here. Now I don't have this. I've sort of made a bit of a change here, but if you're just looking for a pure momentum scan, okay, this is one you can have. And of course, here they are, guys, the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. So you can, and you won't, I have them individually. Some people don't want to short. So no point in giving you like everything and you have to delete. So if you just want to go long, then, here you are. If you just want to go short, here you are. This is the don't repeat version of both. Some may not like that, but it gives you the opportunity to say, okay, what happened from the first alert? And what happened from the first alert for WAL, WAL? First alert was at 2563 as an example, and we all know it got down to about 11. This is the repeating version of this. This just allows you to go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Remember now, these are ideas. These are all ideas. These are not, you see the alert and you just take the trade. So I have other scans that I'm sharing, of course. There's the Halls Resumes, which has been super active. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. And there's my single stock window up here. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my home page, click on that, and then click on that promo code, the MAYO25. And if you do save my home page, then you'll have access to my scans at any time, and also that big user guide. Uh, yeah, I guess Wall is still halted. Yeah, Michael, Wall is still halted. It's halted because of news. So it's not a news, sorry, it's not a volatility halt. It's a news halt. Oh, that's a good one, Real. Do the locomotion. All right, well, yeah, so Para is now below that level. So this could have another move down to the 16 level. PARA. So that was the level. That was a level of interest if it took it out. 1687. This will be really interesting to see where Wall comes back, how long it's going to take, but also what price are they going to come back at? Halted at 1805. But look at the market. What these regional banks now have come back in a fury. Look at this. I mean, 45 minutes straight up on giant green candles. But my guess, yeah, even this one, PAC W has moved it. It has moved higher. Yeah, well, good for you guys on the GFAI guys. Yeah, I mean, no question. I mean, it had bounced off that financing pretty nicely. Financing yesterday. I still think they're crazy not to have been able to do their financing at a lot higher level, but I'd fire the promoters. So the SPY is still negative. The Dow is still fairly negative, and but the NAS is trying to come back. We've got a little disconnect in the market right now between the value stocks of the Dow and the growth stocks of the NAS. Well, SIC is kind of disappointing me. I'm in at 1495, so I'm still mildly positive, but I was really hoping for a big collapse. especially with well, when the market was doing this. But what I want and what the market's going to give me are two different things. Okay, there's that ASNS that got halted earlier. Wow, so it's getting closer and closer. I haven't really looked at these low floaters today, guys. I've been more concentrating on the ones moving down. But yeah, I mean, this is having a tremendous day through the 200-day moving average again. ASNS, no reason for it. Wait a minute. Okay, so there is in theory a reason. They've regained compliance with Nasdaq's minimum bid price. Western Alliance considering legal options regarding FT claims. That's the Financial Times, I guess, which in theory is a respected newspaper. What a short that would have been if you'd had shorts for top. I know I've never had shorts for top, but what a short that would have been. Wow, ASNS. Well, I might have to start looking at some of the low floaters again. Well, here's another one. I mean, I saw this one earlier. Where did it come from? Wow, look at this one, guys. I mean, the ZYXI, Zixi. There was the alert at 10. That was the last one. That was the last one in the 10-day daily breakdown. 10:53 was the time, 10:44 was the alert, and we're now at 9:76. My guess is you probably could have taken every one of these just about and made some money, some huge amounts, and then but some just a little bit, which is, we can't expect everything that comes through an ideal window to make you money. But boy, oh boy, this 10-day daily breakdown today. Yeah, I'm just not as wild about the 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, so Michael, did you not hear me? Yes, yeah. Well, no, it's halted. It's a news halt, Michael. It's a news halt. Do you see? Don't you have a broker? Don't you see that wall is halted unless it just opened? Okay. Hmm. Yes, I'm sorry. It is halted. Yes, we said it's halted. It's a news halt, and they're trying to refute the Financial Times claims that they were maybe putting themselves up for sale or something like that. Okay. Well, hopefully you guys can see why earnings season is so exciting. And a lot of these things that are earnings plays, nobody know. Well, actually, nobody. I don't want to say it like that, but how many times you've ever looked at RYI, as an example. Okay, Zixi as an example. These are to me these are way more interesting than the Apples and the Microsofts and the Googles, which yeah they can move a little, but these can really really move. SHC, I might have to. I mean, it's basically where I shorted it. So speaking of Zixi, there's another new low for Zixi, ZYXI, another new low for Zixi. The next low looking left. I mean, I can't chase it now, obviously, but next, if you were in this one, the next low is 943-ish. 947 is the next low, so you still have a little bit of room before it may find some support. My interest in the Apple earnings later today, not at all. The only interest I would have is how it could affect the tech sector, but overall. But I'm not interested in the Apple earnings at all. No. Just a minute, please. Oh yeah, getting back to the Apple. I mean, obviously, I mean, I'll probably have it up just out of curiosity, but I don't. I don't trade Apple ever. But how it affects, the rest of the tech sector, of course, that'll be of interest. But quite frankly, I'll be gone for until the 16th, so I don't really care. No, actually, that was my wife, real. Yeah, we're going to Paris. Ooh, okay, guys. Wow, 11:24. This has been a super, super fast morning for me, anyway. So I got out of the SHC. I might look at it again if it gets down to the 1480 mark. So I basically got out of that one flat. So I'm in nothing right now. I'm keeping an eye on the para for a reshort. I'm watching it to see, if it's back into 1670s or so. It's still below that 1686. It still has room down to 16. Oh my goodness, did that happen? Oh, no, 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 no. Halted on the way down again, top. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm it'll be Steve. Sometimes Steve and Andy switch, so I'll just want to confirm that it is Steve today in our YouTube room when I take my break. Something resumed, ASNS resumed, and Big Pop down. Now, eight, just going to say, boy, this is how whippy is this? Wow, how whippy is this one? But exploding now. I was going to say, there's a possibility I would have taken this one if it dropped down below 814, and it did briefly, and then it popped right through it. And so we are still in this, some of them anyway, low float mania. And this is US, not China, so they don't have to be China anymore. High yesterday was 950. This looks like it's going to get halted. Nope, nope. Just watching the way ASNS was trading, I thought it was going to get halted again. Now this is the pretty big drop now from that 925. And that's why you got to be careful. I mean, look at that. I mean, it got up to 932, right back down to 781. Okay, guys, regional banks, regional banks. Look what is happening here. Big red bar now. This is the regional bank ETF. Okay, power now again below that 1686 mark that I think is reasonably important. That's the low over here, 1687, excuse me. So I had a little bit of a pop and it's selling off again. Earnings play, of course, 13.8 times normal volume. Well, I guess the only thing we can say about IMGN is that it's held the VWAP kind of, 1281. It's basically held the VWAP every time. It's moved back down and has popped off the VWAP. Ooh, look at Para now. Heck of a day to be doing an IPO, but good luck with the KVUE. That is a Johnson and John J&J spinoff. All right, guys. Yes, it is Steve in our YouTube room at noon. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, I will pop that YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve for his hour. Okay, guys. Para. This looks like it's might try to test that low now of 1606 on that weekly chart. Okay, so they've issued their statement. WAL, Western Alliance, has issued their statement. They're still halted. Okay, guys. Now, did I see what happened to? No, I did not. I had not. I know it was high. That's about all I know. And yeah, I can see what you're talking. Wow. Yeah, I can see exactly what you're looking at. Real in terms of the high of the linear regression channel, even on a 5 minute. Didn't quite break it on mine, but it got certainly up there. And not that many shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Maybe there were more earlier. But yeah, 18,000. Nice. Very nice. I can't believe TradingView has 1 second charts. Unbelievable. We do get the request every now and then. Why don't you guys have 30-second charts or something? Okay, Para continues to move down now, guys. PARA continues to move down. MRO. This is an earnings play, Marathon Oil Company. And what do we have here? The next low looking left is 2140, probably too close. Para. Didn't somebody say they were short? They had shorted Para underneath 17? Oh, no. I lost sight of this one. TSVT. I completely lost sight of this one. Now, if you took it, I was talking about this on that 11:20 break, 11:25 break or so. And the next high looking left is 1173. It was Curie. I thought it was Curie. Yeah. Ooh, Eva is now breaking down again underneath 8. So had a bit of a pull up here. Got right to the, well, not quite to the VWAP. Actually got right into the VWAP, 871. That was a big pop. And now it's breaking down again. Eva, earnings play. Why are you making me look at IMGN? I'm kidding, of course. Been in this twice with two small losses. Oh, I see why you said 1331. Somebody said 1331. Yeah, I mean that you're right. I mean it hit 1331 briefly yesterday. Somebody said that could be a resistance area. Well, as I said before, I mean it held the VWAP. I mean that's one thing. It did hold the VWAP. Oh my goodness, para guys, para again, making another new low. Now, again, right over here, 1607 is your next low looking left on a weekly chart. Do I dare take it again? The IMGN. Yes. Okay. Wow. Okay. Now move this time. Really move. Well, at least it's through that 1331 now. Well, we've got a couple then, the Para and the IMGN. So it's through that, it went through that 1331 over here. What a volume came in. Yeah, good volume, pretty good volume. I mean, 823,000 shares here. So the absolute volume is good. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, it's like Para though. Para. What a great reshort. Now, again, if you took this one, just be aware 16 or around 16 is your next low. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. The VWAP, well, I'm aware of it. Okay, I'm certainly aware of it. I'm finding that with all the action that we've got with the last few couple of weeks with the low floaters, and now that we're in the earnings season, I don't pay as much attention. I think when things slow down, I pay more attention to the. I mean, I'm always aware where it is. Don't get me wrong, but I it's just that when things are moving so quickly, it's hard for me to just, put my VWAP alerts in and things like that. And okay, Allo, guys, is that the one that's moving? No, no, Allo is not moving. Oh, I see. So top resumed, wall resumed, WAL resumed. And will the market believe them? That's the issue right now. Will the market really believe them? For a while anyway. Wow, another earnings play, guys. Look at this one, FSLY. Look at the room it's got underneath. I think, yeah, down to about 12. FSLY, another earnings play. Now you talk about the VWAP, it's broken down below the VWAP, 1298. So FSLY, another earnings play with room to 1216. And that's FSLY. Lots of volume, big float, pretty big float, 112 million. So I had the pull up, probably with the market. Not that it's not a bank, but I bet you the SPY looks very similar to what. Yeah, so the SPY and the KRE are very similar. And look what happened with FSLY, kind of moved with the market a bit. Well, biggest short of the day, if you had the if you had the shorts available, was top. Wow, 100 down to 40. If you had shorts available, most of us would not have shorts available for top. Halted again. Is now a volatility halt and halted on the way down. So the market kind of said, okay, we're seeing what you said. We're going to sue the Financial Times. But then they're saying, you know what? Maybe where there's fuel, there's fire. All right, guys, 11:47. So in about 10 minutes or so, Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I'll take my break for about an hour. What I'll do now is I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve for his hour. Steve, of course, is way more of a swing trader than I am. So I think swing trading is really, really hard now, but OPCH is trying to have a little bit of a bounce. OPCH. Yeah, a little bounce over the VWAP, I believe. 2516. Yeah, so 2516. So through the VWAP, trying to have a little bit of a bounce. OPCH earnings play. So a couple of nice shorts from our daily watch list. That's the one I want to call it that. PLNT, probably an earnings play. Yeah, PLNT 72.44, 68.36 now. Broke down through the 200-day moving average. Lots of room. I didn't really see this one in the pre-market. I don't think it traded very much. That's why I didn't see it. But this is Planet Fitness, PLNT. So if you have our premium service, use it like a watch list. But that's a great short. And more importantly, look left. Look at the room it's got. 60, 64. I mean, this could just keep moving. I wish I'd seen that one. This is one that I probably would have shorted, one of the more expensive ones, shorting because of all the room it had looking left. But, the pre-market action just wasn't enough for me. I don't think the volume wasn't there, and okay, let's take a look at some of these ones that are showing up on my momentum scan. So these are probably a low float. 16.9, not crazy low, but definitely low float. Delecto, don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yeah, not that interesting. I mean, it's at the VWAP and it's at the 200-day moving average, and to me, that looks like there's a ton of resistance right around that 207 mark. So to me, not that interesting. Remini, let's take a look at Remini, or Rimini, RMNY. All right, maybe a little more, 51 million. It is an earnings play. No, the 200-day moving average at 466, so it's 468. Um, well, obviously, if it went from 425 up to the moving average, 200-day moving average, that would be good, but I think it's got a little bit to get through even before it challenges that. So I'm not that interested in it. Oof, this is halted again, guys. I didn't realize it. This is halted again. And if you're in this one, well, you might be you might get a great pop here. So this is halted. ASNS is halted at 8:30. This is rejected open $9. Of course, it's not absolutely 100% that that's what's going to happen. I don't see where ASNS was halted. I don't see the time. Okay, so it was halted at 11:43. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. If it is a 10-minute halt, this will open in 20 seconds or so. 11:43 plus 54 seconds. So let's see if it opens at 9 or thereabouts. There it is, just open. So it opened around 9, yes. And high of the day now, high of the day plus challenging yesterday's high of 965, and it met the challenge briefly. It met the challenge briefly. Is why you got to be awfully careful. That's like a dollar drop in what, 2 seconds? This takes out 10. I mean, what's the next high looking left here on the weekly chart? Looks like it's around 10. No, no, 10, 990. 1230. Looks like 1230 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, guys. So, and it just got halted. I think it just got halted. No, it did not get halted. Sorry, excuse me. Did not get halted. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to put my announcement in here. I'll be on a break around 1 p.m. Steve is not in the room yet, but he'll be there in our YouTube room pretty soon. How is it now? 11:56, probably within 4 minutes, I hope. Hey guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute then in the main room. Okay, so you guys in YouTube can continue to hear me. This looks like it's halted. Oh man, it's not halted. Or is it halted? 1086? I'm sorry, the ASNS not halted. No. It's just that when it pauses and it's such an active trader, when it pauses like that, you almost think it's halted. Man, look at that top. Oh, top is the one that started it all, guys, but the top is now it topped out. It's way, yeah. Well, they can't hear him in the YouTube, in the main room. They're talking about ASNS. Yeah, it is excessively wild right now. This is not a, well, the dry bulk shipping ETF is getting hammered here, guys. BDRY. Next low looking left is 773, but if it takes that out, boy, oh boy. And now look at ASNS. I mean, this is wild stuff, guys. Wild, wild stuff. I mean, again, I know you guys in YouTube can hear me. So 1230 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart.
Hello.
There you are, Steve. My goodness, what a day. What a day.
What did I miss?
Everything. Everything. Of course, the regional banks have been just being hit, of course, slammed today, but so many earnings plays, Steve. So many earnings
Okay.
plays. I mean, it
Yeah.
just it's almost overwhelming.
Oh, excellent. Sounds like you had a fun morning.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm revved. I'm revved. I
Revved.
need a break.
Okay, so let me get my screen up there.
Okay.
Get StreamYard off of there, and I think we're good.
Okay, Steve. Now, again, you probably want to be relieved a little bit before 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, it helps just so I can get a break
Okay.
before the 2 back-to-back meetings.
Okay. Well, skip one of them.
I can't.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right, then I'll take my leave now and I'll try to get back about 10 to 1. Okay.
Sounds good.
10 to the hour. No, it's not 1 o'clock your time, but 10
Okay.
to the hour.
Yep.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop here. Just retweeting something there. Let me clear out some tabs here so I can focus. I'll get my drawing device as well. And welcome to another Thursday support session. I'm here to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. And most importantly, if anybody has been sent in by our support that was looking for a demonstration or didn't understand how to configure something or whatever you want to talk about, this is the time of day we do it. And we do it, with diligence. We want people to come in here and ask questions about the software because, frankly, when we get chats that say, can somebody call me and tell me how to configure, it's just, no, that doesn't work. It's a visual type experience. And so we also have thousands of users. So it's not exactly scalable to just, have a nice conversation on the phone. So we have to drive people to these support sessions, and we're here for you. So welcome, and use the chat window if you want to discuss anything. Otherwise, I'll start off with my 2 cents about what we're doing. Obviously, the choppiness of the Fed meeting yesterday was no fun. I step aside. I don't trade this garbage. I mean, look at that, back and forth and back and forth. It was about the 6th time it finally decided to pick a direction. That's just noise, so it becomes important to see what the action is like the day after. And here we are on the day after. So not looking great. And like Barry said, the banks are really on top of the mind here. We've got some crazy things going on with, what was it? WAL accusing FT of shorting, bashing, and a lot of crazy stuff going on. But for the moment, the price action is down. SPYs are down. Midday bounce there, mid-morning bounce, I should say. Found resistance at my momentum line. All right. If you are new, this is my bread and butter. Go to period. 15-minute. Doesn't matter what the chart is. Price action is price action. And I've got a 5-day rolling average up here we can talk about. And I've got a 10 SMA here. And for me, the 10 SMA is my momentum line. That's what I dub it. So as long as the momentum line is holding the price action in play, that's where we are. We're in a downward momentum day for the moment. Now, anything can happen midday, lunchtime now. We could pop right back up and break that downward momentum and start to just flounder around the rest of the day. It's quite possible. Let's look at the bigger picture. Bigger picture is, I think we have a date with this 50 SMA. All right, we've already, let's see how close we were. Yeah, we haven't even tested. See, we haven't even tested this low over here of, what is that low? 403.78. Today's low is 86. So we got 8 cents still. All right. Why do I say that? Because the algorithms, they just don't like to hang out in the neighborhood without knocking on the door to say hello. So what do I mean by that? Everybody who's maybe trying to hold on to the price action here is looking at that low from 6 days ago, and they more than likely have put a stop market loss order underneath that level. And conveniently enough, right underneath that level, as I said, rests the 50-day SMA. So I really feel this is a foregone conclusion. I don't know how or when. Soon we're going to get there. Momentum is still intact here in intraday. I just feel like we're probably going to flush those stops, and let's see what happens. So be prepared for that. NASDAQ land is going to be a little stronger because the banks are not over there. And you can see, relatively speaking, we were just looking at the S&Ps on this day back here, right? S&Ps are down in this area. Well, the NASDAQ isn't playing ball because they don't have a big bank weight. NASDAQ is basically Amazon, Apple, and Tesla, Google, etc., Meta. So it's holding up, and it's putting up a fight here, and different perspective too in the intraday as we look at it. It broke the downward momentum here midday, pulled back, and now it's just kind of riding on the other side of the momentum line. Let's see if it continues to deteriorate. Then, of course, we have to go right to KRE, regional banks. This is the story. It's kind of a sad, self-fulfilling story as people talk, friends talk, families talk, and start thinking, well, shit, should I get my money out of this regional bank if I don't trust the FDIC over 250? Maybe I need to put my money into JP Morgan, BAC City. I think that's kind of the prevailing wisdom out there right now. So let's see how that works out. Yeah, that's my situation. If you want to know what I really think, perfect circle, I really think there's a concerted effort to crush the regional banks to once again force everybody to a centralized bigger bank. It just seems par for the course for what's going on in the world right now. So why wouldn't I think that? But again, it's a bad cycle right now because family, friends, people are talking. What should trust me, guys, I've had a few people contact me. Should I go into treasury bonds? What should I do? I'm like, it's up to you. I wouldn't go in treasury bonds. You're going to lose on inflation. I've said it, I've tweeted it, and I'll say it before. I would be fired if I was a professional money manager for the weighting of gross overweight rating that I have in PSLV. And my thinking is, if I'm not going to sit in stocks, it's going to be in US dollar cash. Well, I don't really want to sit in US dollar cash right now. It's an absolute joke. It's losing buying power by the week. So I've kind of substituted the silver fund, PSLV, for my passive in lieu of sitting in cash. And looking at that chart, I'm feeling a little comfy. I don't want to jinx it. But, my close friends, that's where I tell them I'm putting my money. I would never tell anybody where to put their money. And of course, I still have some positions. Let's look at them. CXAI, this is my one nutball crazy trade. All right. Why do I say that? Usually I don't trade these types of things, but I kind of got suckered into it, and I've already taken 1/3 profit back here on this big run. That blue line, I took 1/3 off, but I've just been sitting, and I'm kind of back to where I started here. So I'm watching this, and the reason I say it's crazy is because look at the float, 1.8 million. That's insanely low. And if this is correct, 85% of those 1.8 million are short. So kind of a weird possible meme stock setup. Who knows? I'm allocating a little bit of risk capital to that trade over there. Dang it, man. These single stock windows are really getting jacked. I'm going to have to adjust these. Anyway. There we go. I keep losing those two columns. Ouch, Adobe. All right, so I'm in that. But back to CXAI. What am I watching? So at the end of the day today, it darn well better hold above $10. It held 10 yesterday. It was close enough to that 10 SMA that I held, only because I feel like it could be a lottery ticket if I'm right. If I'm wrong, it's not going to hurt that bad. But, if it breaks and closes below 10 today, I'm out. I'll take my 1/3 profit that I made back here. And again, this was kind of my original entry point down here around 10. Okay, so here's a fun one. This is also very unusual. This is a long-term play. Playboy. Why the heck would I be in Playboy? Look at this horrible, horrible downtrend. I was trading at 60 a couple of years ago. Playboy is a very recognizable brand, and they seem to have cash. And I had a little bird kind of telling me they've been doing a lot of fundamental research on it, which I don't do, but if they blessed it, then great. What I did is I came here and I said, let's see if it's showing us the old bullish divergence. And in fact, it's screaming bullish divergence. So here's the decline in price. Here's their rising lows in RSI. So back here, I took a chance literally on that new low, made that new low flush out. And I normally don't try to pick bottoms in these things, but again, a little bit of capital is allocated in the long-term retirement account to Playboy. I have no intention of really trading it here, but I'm just paying attention to this bullish divergence. And maybe, just maybe, this is a major long-term position low pivot. We'll see. I will cut it at new lows. All right. That's my thought on Playboy. Speaking of divergence, stock that I've been stalking, watching, but it's just been horrible. It was back in action. It was really, really interesting back here. I was playing it in this level, but then once it broke down through those moving averages, through the 50 and all that, I gave up on it. But I've been watching it. Same thing is happening over there in this one. This is a interesting play. There was a real big divergence right there. It's a bit behind us because that's not a new low. But the point being is, from that point forward, that was a horrible line. From that point forward, things were looking good. I just realized I have a fresh line on here. If I just stay on there. They're trying to upsell me. Look at that. That's how you do it. The freemium. Oh, you want the line? You got it. You got to buy it. Okay, I'll just stick with the stupid pen. So yeah, I'm in some of that as well. Where will I sell it? At new lows. So I'm taking a chance on a couple of things that I'm familiar with and been watching. Oh, speaking of another one, MindMed. I'm in this one. This one I'm gonna be a little gambler here today. We've got earnings. You can see the bright red tag. Earnings date is today. However, I have a good price on this one. They came out with some news. They sold the news all the way down, and I opened up the chart and said, well, shit, I'll take this right here. So that's my entry. As I often will do in a swing position trade, I will let it breathe. Okay, there's the breath, the pullback, and a nice signal candle right back on my 10 SMA. That made me comfy. But now we've broken down a little bit. We do have earnings. So, I guess I'm gambling with my initial position here, hoping for a good fundamental play. I like their business model. What else do I have? Oh, I bought back into rum. This was a range play. I mean, literally, guys, this is what Andy and I have been doing a lot more lately. Playboy seems like it will become the next bed, and it could. Maybe it won't. We'll see. But my line is drawn in the sand, perfect circle. I have a technical reason to try and confirm the story that I think could be there. And if the chart tells me I'm wrong, I'm not going to write it to zero. Trust me. Rum. All right. Andy and I have been doing a lot of this lately. This is why the market is so difficult lately, and everybody knows it. You don't have to be ashamed to admit it. If you're buying this stuff up here, the breakouts, you're getting hammered. There are so many charts out there that just have such a definable range. And so when you're going to play a range play, I entered down here at the end of the day. All right. I told you, sometimes at the end of the day, I'll watch that candle and I saw that nice tail. All these stops were run. The buyers came in at the close and I participated at the close and took it home. So I have a nice play on rum. I'm actually proud of myself because I took half off right where I should have. Right. Took half off right here. Boom, 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 right into the 50 and the 20. I said, you're crazy if you don't take some money and pay yourself off of that excellent range entry. So I took half off. Now I don't care that it's pulled back and gathering steam. Maybe it's going to move back to the higher end of the range. And if it breaks out, well, then maybe I'll sell the other half. This is how you have to start thinking in this market. Contrarian, because if you're going to chase stuff with fear of missing out, you're going to get hammered. What else do I have? Anything else? Let's see. I've got like 3 accounts. But as you can tell, I don't really actively. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Those are the ones I have. Let's check in on CXAI. This one's the squirreliest, and so this one concerns me the most. I've already taken a third profit, as I said, which is a perfect way to kind of ease the pain when the stock reverses and doesn't do what you thought immediately, but at least you got some of it off. All right, so CXAI, what are you doing? I'm going to open up my 15 a little bit more. All right, so I'm not exactly happy with what's happening here. What's probably going to happen midday is this thing, the algos will probably want to go down and tickle today's low, which is right here. We're about 10 cents away from that. And since today's low was established, if there's no volume or no news or no activity or excitement, it's quite possible they'll just try to, they being the algos, run the stops and see what happens. Lift the sheets a little bit and see who scurries. But that's okay. I'm prepared for that. Again, I've already taken a third profit off of that one, so it makes it a little bit more bearable. All right, am I neglecting some questions here? I don't think so. Peter, are you watching KVU at all? Johnson & Johnson spinoff. Never seen it. Is that the right one? KVU. Spelled it wrong, didn't I? UE. No, that's what you said. I have no idea. KVUE is not showing up on my screen. All right, Tiffany has a question. Are you able to custom code a system for this statement, like 8 SMA above the 20 SMA? As far as our custom formulas go, let me just ask, because I think we might have a custom formula for that. So let me ask, because I am not the expert on that, but fortunately, we do have experts here. And if that's the case, I will give you the custom. The way it works off of the rack, just the regular configuration window, is as follows. What you could do is, let's see, configure. You can take the 8 and the 20, so 8 SMA. Is that what you had? Limited, yeah. So the 8 SMA filter. So I would say like the change from 8 SMA daily or whatever period you're using, say 15 minutes. And if my value, if I add that filter, if my value on that is positive, like 0.01, it's just basically above. And then I did the same thing with the 20, right? And then I just popped the 20 in there. I'm showing you the crude form, of course. And then, said it's also above the 20. Well, the chances are, if it's above the 8, it's also above the 20. But that's not really the wisest way to do it. What's the time frame? Because it seems like it can be done, Tiffany. Let me know what your time frame is, and I think somebody can come up with a formula. Oh, okay. So it's IPO. It's not really on the secondary market today. So they're pricing it at 25, and it'll open as an IPO. And the first tick, we have no idea, Peter, how the first trade is going to go. So yeah, Tiffany, if you can hear me, let me know what time frame you're thinking of, and I might be able to give you the syntax for that. NASDAQ trying to dig in and defend 316 there on the Qs. Daily. Okay, let me let them know. Let's see if they can come up with something. I don't think we have anything like that in the Market Explorer, but let me check. Moving averages, crossover, 10 SMA play daily. Let's see what this is. I'm not seeing it cross. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, hang with me there. I'll see if I can get an actual, I'm pretty sure there is a custom formula that can be done. And in the meantime, custom formulas, tools, formula editor. All right. This is my U27, or I'm sorry, my U0 volume 1 minute. So there's my source code and all that. So you would come in here and you would create a new available code, and then you would drop the code in there, but I won't get ahead of myself yet. I see the right person is typing to me, so I'll get you a code here in a second, Tiffany. Reversal scanners. Well, for a reversal scanner, I would probably approach it from start from scratch, candlestick pattern. And I would look for maybe a 30-minute hammer or a 60-minute hammer. Let's go 60-minute hammer, add that alert. All right. And then something as simple as relative volume 1.5, 5-minute volume, 300%. Let's see what we can find. All right, let's go to a 1 minute time frame. Excuse me, 1 hour time frame. And see what these things look like. Today's history. Looks like there's only a couple, so we can loosen up the filters if we need to, but we're looking for 60-minute hammers. Okay, that one did not produce. That one also did not produce. This one perhaps. So, that's one way we can try it. Let me go to the configure. Let me think about it for a second. Okay. I'm just going to copy and paste for Tiffany the entire message I just got. So you would use that custom formula in there, SM8 underscore 8 greater than SMA underscore 20. And you would put that in the formula editor in there. Assign it a number, and that will become your custom filter. So back to Iris. Can we create a scanner of a move down and then, okay, so let's approach it from a different perspective here. We're going to have to try something completely different. Let's get rid of the hammer concept and let's go 30-minute high. 30-minute high is going to be our new alert. Hang on one more second. There's a second bit, Tiffany, because when you do drop that U custom in there, please follow those directions. Okay, so what you'll do is if the custom says 1, it's true in the minimum. If it says 0, it's false. So to only see stocks with the 8 above the 20, you need to put 1 in the minimum field. So that's how you will configure that custom formula once you create that U, whatever number you decide to assign it to. So let me know if you have any issues with that, Tiffany. So back to 30-minute high, that will become our scan. Now we've got some filters. You said down on the day, so change from the close. Change from the close. Say it's got to be at least, at least down -1%, maybe 1.5%. But let's make that even stronger. -2%, -2% on the day. But in the last 30 minutes, change in 30 minutes, it's up at least 1%. Price 5, volume today, 150,000 shares. What does that give us? Nothing. Why is that? Let's try something else. Relative volume. That's why. Volume today, 150. 150. Yeah, that'll do it. We don't have relative volume that high. So let's see what we got. There we go. History. All right. So we're still on a 60-minute chart here. Hey, look at that. We might be onto something here, Iris. High volume on the reversal, right? So let's go back to configure. Let's do 300%. Let's do minimum 100%, just maybe 150, just so that cars up there might not be caught, if we don't get the right setting. But I'll add 150%, so 50% more normal volume than normal. And STG. Okay, so we might be onto something a little bit better here, Iris. These stocks are all down on the day, but they're trying to reverse. So that first attempt trying to just get a hammer candle was futile. Now we're using the change in time periods. This one looks good. Look at that. CMA. Okay. Commercial banking. So you're probably going to see a lot of those bankings on here. So Iris, I'm going to say this is not bad. This is what you're looking for. So I'm going to give this to you to configure and name and do whatever you want with it. But I think that's a good start for what you were asking. All right, I'm going to close that window. We got the bottom of the hour. There's some of my positions over here. Let's just see what's going on. PSLV was, oops, I need to get back on my 15-minute charts. Okay, so do I need to have a particular column selected for the scan? So let's go back. I'll just show you generically speaking, Tiffany. So if I was to go to search, right, at the very bottom, these are my customs. So once you have entered that syntax and created a custom, the U1 was the one you saw earlier that I had for whatever reason. It's going to be down here. So then you select it and then you add filter. And you're going to want to put a 1 in the minimum field for that custom formula that you just created. So hopefully step 1, like I said, it shows up in search at the very bottom. If you didn't give it a name or a, what do we call these? Format, percent, shares, factor. You just go to search, scroll to the bottom, and you'll see all of your custom filters. Highlight it, add filter, and put a 1 in the minimum. And that's all you need to do for that one. If you want to add a column, you can add that column. You would just assign that custom column. You would add that in the column tabs that would be available to you to create a column on that. Ah, I said for Iris, and I never copy and pasted. Thank you, Iris. Sorry. But is it required to add the column? It's not required, Tiffany. As long as it's in the configuration window and you've got the 1 in the minimum field, the only reason you'd want the column is if you want to see a value in there. And for this case, it's binary. It's either a 1 or a 0. So there's really no need to have that column. That would just be extra real estate in my opinion. Great. All right. This is why we do this. This is the kind of stuff we want to do midday. People like Tiffany come in with, good questions, and visually we need, to help. And then I was able to dip into my support staff and get the right custom formula, so you can see how this kind of stuff doesn't work over a telephone. This is how we have to do it. Let's look at our races today. Again, this is our auto-generated watch list. I had no idea these stocks were going to be strong today, but here they are. So this is a top 10 list of all the winners. So GFAI has had some strong morning push, but first thing I notice is, hey, look, it broke my momentum line. I would not be interested in that. SNS, pretty thin volume. I'd stay away from that. I can just tell from the chart. It's kind of like red in nature. Stay away. Oh, this looks like an acquisition. Whenever you see this, this is an acquisition. So we got to stay away from that. Again, pretty low volume on the daily chart. Not interested. Broke the momentum line. Could have been an interesting trade right here. Okay. Could have taken that right there, but the minute it closed right there and bled through that moving average, you get out. You're done. Minimal loss. You took a swing. If it bounced, you'd feel like a genius. What else is on here? Not bad. Kind of getting hung up at its moving averages there. What do we got here? I have no idea what that is. Israeli company. It's getting a little sloppy, though. It's had 3 good days of movement on the daily. It's probably getting tired. BFRG, a familiar name. The AI space. Not really seeing anything exciting there on the races for the most part. Looks like we're getting another bounce in the NASDAQ. So this market is fighting hard, regardless of what you think the market should be doing with the banks, the economy, and the dollar. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't care. Mysterious forces holding it up. It's not to say you can't make money on the short side in individual names, but trying to short the broader indexes can be futile sometimes if you're reading headlines. Yes, Apple has earnings after the close, and Apple's so weird. They do their earnings exactly at 30 minutes after the bell rings. I don't know why, but they've always done it that way. Apple is one of the biggest weightings in the NASDAQ. Chances are they're going to score a big hit with earnings. And as we look, the cues are poised. If they can just close with a little bit of strength, Apple is at the low end of its range, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. There's no reason that Apple couldn't just crush earnings and gap straight up tomorrow and drag the market higher, regardless of what we all think about when it comes to the banks. I gotta close down some applications here. No, I can't close that. All right. All right. Questions. Do you scan for those stocks, Rum or MindMed? Yeah, so that's an example, Lewis, of stocks that are just in my wheelhouse. All right. My liked charts, if I put a heart on the chart, they go over here to my liked. And what happens is I'm familiar with them. I've traded them before. Maybe I like their story. Maybe I think that they're early, but I don't want to lose track of them. So every now and then I'll go through some of these names and just kind of see, what was going on. That was the case with MindMed. I wasn't in MindMed. I was earlier in the year, back when they were jerking it around. But if I scroll out, you'll see I did not participate in this mess down here. I was playing back here when it was getting volatile, but left it alone. All of a sudden, one day we come in and there's some really exciting news, and MindMed gaps up. I'm going to call these my top of mind stocks. All right. They're just top of mind. Gapped up, and I laughed. And I said, oh, it's too bad I'm not in it. And then I saw it sell all the way off. And I said, well, geez, it's on sale down here. I still kind of like it. So I took a chance on that one. So that's an example of just stocks that are in my wheelhouse. All right. Ones I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with the story, the fundamentals, but maybe the charts aren't really lining up at the right moment. And I am not ever going to be sitting in stocks because I like their fundamentals or I like their story or their business model. When the chart is not confirming that thesis, you're just going to drive yourself absolutely nuts. And you're going to be early half the time too. So there's no real parameter, Lewis. It's just that those are stocks that at one time I've both Rum and MindMed, I participated in. I'm very familiar with their business model and the potential that they might have. Let's talk about Rum. What got me into Rum? All right. The wrong way to play Rum is to say, hey, I love this stock. This is going to take over the YouTube platform and it's going to be great for everybody for censorship. Oh my God, look, it's breaking out. I got to buy it. Nope. that doesn't work. As you can see, this is the most clearly defined range. And so what got me back into run, I've been in it back and forth all the time. I wasn't in it for many, many weeks. All of a sudden, I look down and I see it flushing. Here's what happened. I know exactly what happened too. People got excited that Tucker Carlson was probably going to be announcing that he moved from Fox over to a Rumble, and he never made that announcement. So there was all that excitement and then disappointment. People put their stops in. They say, oh, if it goes below here, just get me out. I don't care anymore. Right there. And there it is. There was the flush. So I was paying attention this day because it's a stock of interest in my wheelhouse. Top of mind stock, as I said. And then I said at the end of the day, look at that long bottoming tail wick popped right back up. This is the kind of safe entry I like to take. It's supposed to be a happy face, right? A comfy, because when you get in and the very next day it just starts working for you, there's no pain, as opposed to chasing up here and then feeling the pain of it fall back into the range, only because you learned about the company and you got excited about its potential. You weren't looking at the chart in terms of a good safe entry. So that's a good question, Lewis. And for those two examples, they're just stocks that I've been in the past and I don't lose track of because I've got the heart enabled and they're on my watch list. I'm always going through this at least a couple times a day, just kind of keeping track of some of the names that I'm interested in. And I always add and delete. There's constant editing of this. But, you know, those are the names I have on there now. Some AI names. Hey, I was in this TGB and it didn't go anywhere. And then I noticed earnings. I bought it off of the pullback. See, I bought it off this pullback right there off the 50. And then I thought we'd maybe get a move higher. And then I noticed earnings were coming. And I said, you know, the trading gods hate me when I gamble into earnings. I'm not taking it home into earnings. And thank God I didn't. So sometimes the trades that we got out of or didn't take are the biggest blessings. No, I do not believe in the regional banks. I think that this is the kind of thing that can really start to snowball of fear. You're messing with people's money and savings right now. I have my money in Schwab, a money market account. I don't even have a commercial bank account. But what's interesting is that I'm hearing a lot of people are taking their money out of regional banks and putting them into money market accounts and earning interest. I love my Schwab money market account. I pull money out of the ATM and they say $3.50. Do you want to continue? And I say, yeah. And then Schwab, being a great company they are, they eat that fee. They never charge me an ATM fee to pull money out. It's hundreds of dollars saved every year. So I just don't like the people that are concerned still. I don't think there's been any reason to assuage their concerns. Nobody believes anything anybody says anymore. They've lost all credibility. AMC driving the shorts nuts today. Look at that. Now, I wouldn't buy this here. Even though it broke out, I wouldn't be buying this here. I very well easily could just pull right back down into the zone. So there's no point in chasing that. All right, we're caught up on questions. Anybody have any direction they want to go? Super happy to help Tiffany get her in the right direction. Again, we've got a great support staff here, just because I didn't know the answer, but I can get it for you. Things we cannot do on the phone. Some of the AI trades today. That wasn't not a bad one at all right there. Now, let me just pause for a minute here. The AI did get out. It took its profit save, which is what we would call a pullback or a trailing stop. And I don't know where it took it exactly, but what I want to call out here is the value of the AI is in the entry. Once the entry is established, the value is up to you as to how you manage the trade. The AI could have easily gotten spooked with that little pullback right there and got out. Whereas you should be using, this is what I would do. I would be using my intraday momentum line here. And I would try to ride this trade as long as I could, and I would have gotten out. I would have looked at this last red candle and said, that's it, momentum's dead. That's my signal candle. Usually happens in the second half of the day. The momentum likely died. But my point is, I bet you anything, if people are trading the AI in moderate mode, meaning you take the entry from the AI takes the entry, but you take it from there and manage the trade going forward. They do better than the people who are letting the AI take entry and exit. Okay, if this was a short, there would have been no reason to get out of this short until right now. We got 4 minutes to go, and if that green candle pops back above the momentum line, the short momentum is waned. It's gone. That's how I would trade these AI trades if I was sitting and focusing on just these all day long. Again, the value is in the entry, and you are going to manage the trade a lot better. I can see that the AI probably got a little spooked, and it also did a trailing stop on that one. So what are we talking about? Gold, Patrick? Let me pull up my futures. Yeah, 283 ish. But I'm feeling like feeling good in silver. You know, somebody I was watching a YouTube video, and I was yelling at the screen for the answer. And here's what the guy was saying. He was saying, when we have, Patrick will like this, when we have cyclical bull market runs in gold, gold goes first. And then he said, midway through the cycle, silver accelerates. And he said, and I have no idea why. And I'm like, oh, how do you mean you have no idea why? I'll tell you why. Silver is the poor man's gold. We all saw what happened in the market with the meme stocks. Things start taking off. People talk at the water cooler. Your neighbor's making money. How the hell can he make money? I'm smarter than him. I should be in this stuff. So I better get in silver. I better get in gold, but I can't afford a gold. I'll get in silver. And so silver always has, again, if we get into a big bear bull market run in gold, gold will lead the way. And then halfway through, silver will just accelerate, like totally outperform gold. And that'll be the sign that that's when retail has figured it out and they want in. But they don't buy in big denominations of gold. They'll buy in smaller denominations of silver. So I'm hoping that's what happens. I don't know. I'm looking at PSLV here as we speak. We might even trigger this blue line today. And I'm totally used to triggering lines, running stops, and then just falling back into the range. So I'll be pleasantly surprised if there is a break of this blue line and follow through. But I will say this, with the people talking right now about the banks, what are you doing with your money? I don't know. What are you doing with your money? I'm going to a money market. Well, geez, I was thinking about maybe buying some silver and then putting some of the money in that. So I think that there is some underpinnings in gold and silver related to the angst that's happening in the regional banks. That's my assessment. Jim, Slim Jim. That's funny. Yeah, Inverse Kramer is trying to break out of the 20. Let's do a anchored VWAP on the year-to-date IPO of Slim Jim. All right, so that's the big level up there. Could get to it. That's pretty funny. I didn't even realize that existed. I heard about it, but I've never looked at it. Yeah. Might have got a little overcooked here in the KRE. Fell, broke down below. Now we're a lot of separation from the moving averages, which are curling back down. So we could see a little bit of oversold buying bouncing back up into these moving averages, but that's what I call the armpit. You know, what do you do when the price bounces back up into the armpit there? It's smelly. Barry, I know you're listening. it couldn't happen to a bigger fool. The guy literally is the village idiot that's designed to get the retail people to come in so the institutions can have cells and get people to buy what they're selling. That's his job. And it's sad. He's also a shill for Big Pharma. Can't stand it. He's been pumping Pfizer since day one. They probably pay him.
I have not been pumping Pfizer since day one, so I don't know
No.
where you get off
I was saying
calling me out.
not you. I'm talking about Jim Cramer.
I know. It's amazing that he's still around. It's well, I mean, he's around for complete comedic entertainment, I suppose. Though
Well,
he
did you
doesn't
hear what
want
I
to bill
said?
himself like that.
He's
No.
around to draw retail buyers into the institutional sell orders. That's why he's around.
Okay.
He's very useful to them. That's why he's still around.
Hmm.
Funny story. I don't know who told it one day, but he was becoming an intern, or I don't know. He joined Kramer's team. Very first day, he got an email from Jim in 124-point font. Welcome aboard, all capitals.
Okay.
I mean, that man's insane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't last
boy.
a day. I wouldn't, whatever the largest font you can find is, he typed
Yeah.
in all capitals and said, welcome aboard, and sent to the guy. I wouldn't last a day with him.
Well, there was a clip of him. He was on Jon Stewart's show a long, long time ago. I don't know if
Yeah.
you saw that.
Yeah, I
Oh
remember
man,
that.
and Jon Stewart just absolutely ripped him.
Yep.
Absolutely ripped him. I mean, whether you're a fan of Jon Stewart or not.
No, he sat there and took it too. I remember that.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
Contrite.
yeah. Yeah. But that was a long time ago. I don't think anything has changed. By the way, in case you're interested, KVUE just started to trade. This is the Johnson and
Peter was
Johnson
talking
spinoff.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, KVUE just started to trade.
Right.
And it's a little bit above. I think they were projecting a 22 IPO, so it's a little bit above it. So there's some interest I get. Wow, look at how many shares are traded already, 20 million.
We don't have much data on it, really. I don't see much. I don't even see the float or anything.
No, well, I don't know if we will. I mean, you'd have to go to the IPO and see how many shares they issued.
So it's a Johnson and Johnson spinoff?
Yes, J&J spinoff, yeah.
Wonder what they're
It's
spinning
the
off.
first. It's the biggest IPO since. Don't hold your breath. Rivian, RIVN.
I walk by a guy who has a Rivian truck plugged in every day. Every day I just see it sitting there plugged in.
Never moving?
Never. It's always there. Every time I walk by, Rivian plugged.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, Steve, I know you want to get going. It's 10
I'll take a break. Yeah, thanks.
Going. Yeah. And so,
all right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So let me just get my screen sharing going for the group. There we go. I got the KVUE up. All right. Thanks,
All right.
Steve.
See you guys later. Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back. A little bit early. Steve has to take off, so. Okay, what is happening since I was madly vacuuming our place? I literally wasn't. GFAI, how's it doing now? So pull back. So, okay, well, if you're a VWAP player, look at GFAI right at the VWAP 710, trying to break through. Yeah, the IPO is open. KVUE is open for business. KVUE just opened. And yeah, just opened. And I think it was Yeah, it was priced between 20 to 23. I saw 22 this morning. So it is above the pricing. Okay, above the pricing. So that's a good sign, I guess. It actually popped up to 25. It's probably a huge float because it's already traded 23 million. So it's probably a huge float. In fact, why don't I do this? Just check my IPO calendar and see how many shares they were issuing. Yeah, 172 million shares. So this is a big float. So this is the sort of one that I don't really pay that much attention to, just because they're not as exciting as these crazy ones that issue about 1 to 2 million and IPO price at 4 or 5, and then they do some craziness. But listen, this is I mean, it's holding above the IPO price, which is 22. So it's holding above. And again, 172 million shares issued. So it's traded 24 million now. All right, let's see what's happening now and anything. I'm still in the IMGN. I'm still not bad. It's a little bit above where I bought it, but let's see if it can really, really move again. Okay, so here's another one, guys. NNOX. So if you're looking at the VWAP, it's right at the VWAP. 1302 is the VWAP. It's literally right at the VWAP. So will it bounce off the VWAP? I mean, it got all the way up to 1488 before. Okay, and will that VWAP hold? Now, this is not shortable for me. So if it takes out the VWAP on the downside, I can't short it because it's just not no shares available at Interactive Brokers without calling them at all. I mean, they're not. It's not that it's not shortable, but without calling them. So I don't care about that. But watch again if you're a VWAP player, look at the VWAP 1302. So it's right there, NNOX. Wall was halted how many times? 10 times while I was gone. Okay. Let's see the last one. Oh, I see the SPY is sort of chopping around, sort of settled down a little bit. Let me just check on the wall. All right. Well, it's kind of settled down, I guess. I mean, it got up to 21, back down to 20. Another one holding the VWAP, 1949. And oh no, okay. Now one of these, this is one of those crazy ones, guys. Absolutely crazy one. QRTEB. We haven't seen this one for a while. We've seen some insane action on this. This is yeah, a crazy low float. Only 30,000 have traded, 662,000 in the float. I've never traded this. Never traded this. If I go to a monthly chart, I think you're going to see something. Yeah, I mean, look at this day here. It got up to 28. In fact, but I think it even got up. Maybe it was another. There are several of these QRTs, okay, and this is just one of them. I think one of them went up to 100 or 200 even. And you can kind of see how crazy it is. Okay, right here. Here's how crazy it is. So it's halted. Oh, I'm sorry. This is IMGN, which is good. Yeah, it's starting to move a little. Oh, okay. So I thought I had this one up and I thought it was saying 13. So 583 on the halt. This is for this QRTEB and potentially six open. Hey, Paul, it's nice to find a stock that you have an idea about how it trades. So you're talking about your TAST. That's not a bad plan. Pick a few stocks that you get used to understanding the patterns and just trade around those. Don't you dare jinx it, Denver. Yeah, I know people who trade around Tesla all day long. I know people. There are people in this room, and I'm sure there are people that try to trade around Apple and any of those stocks. It's not the way I like to trade, but it's not bad at all. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking some of these earnings plays that. Okay, here's the NTLA. I don't think this is an earnings play, but at least I'm just starting to maybe look for some of these ones that are making a break, a 20-day break. It is an earnings play. Okay, I didn't realize that. Really no action in the pre-market for it, but NTLA is an earnings play and it is breaking out 20-day high. And boy, this has got some room, a little bit of room, but a dollar to the next high. Okay, that's for the NTLA. How's Edit doing? Usually Edit, I don't know when Edit has earnings tomorrow. So Edit usually can follow NTLA and then Gene. No, it's not Gene. So not getting anything in my momentum up. The last one was at 11:59 just before I took my break. So we haven't had one stock making a new high since then that meet these filter requirements. And this is this para P, which is I guess I don't know another way to trade para. So a new low at 12:52. And of course that high was for the ASNS, which just absolutely collapsed afterwards. You see why you cannot wander away? Okay, let's take a look at Holo. Holo is it's an AI play. Yeah, forget about it. This is just junk, guys. All we try to do is get on the right side of the junk, but this is just really junky. Yeah, no shorts. Ugh. EUDA. I know somebody. I don't know if that was you, Poe, or somebody else brought that up. It's a low floater. Haven't seen it really. That's why. Are you crazy? Poe. I'm just saying. I mean, it's only traded 79,000, but good luck. Good luck. 0.13 relative volume. Well, you okay? You like them thin? Well, you got them thin here. That's for sure. What's the spread? Spread isn't terrible. Nickel. The wall looks like it's holding the VWAP, guys. WAL looks like it's holding the VWAP. 1950 is the VWAP, so it's trying to hold that VWAP. Sigma pop. Let's take a look at Sigma. SGMA. SGMA. Hmm. Yeah, big pop here. Yeah, it's not showing up anywhere for me because the volume is only 70,000, but who knows? Maybe this is just starting. Merger talk. I'm not listening to the guy anymore. I can't handle it. If that's where you're getting that from. But I mean, obviously there's a ton of room. 328 is the next high. Boy, this does not trade much. I mean, look at that. 78,000 is 4 times normal volume up to this time of day. That this does not trade very much. Oh, the merger talk for, oh, I see, for MGI. I got it. I mentioned this one before. Yeah, this is such a great earnings play on the way down. Basically straight down, hardly any deviation from its move down, PLTK. Well, this ASNS has been halted for a while. Oh no, 1259.08. So it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Well, you guys, this wall is definitely trying to recover in a big way. Holding that VWAP, 1951, holding it well. Shack. Haven't seen that one for a while. Well, this is maybe one of the uglier daily charts I've seen. Look at this daily chart for Shake Shack. Just up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails, just ugly, ugly. The only, you can see on the weekly chart, maybe if it breaks through all this, and it is an earnings play, so maybe if it breaks through all this, but even so, this is, I'd be steering clear of this. It's just, to me, it's just too ugly to look at. The Wayfair chart, let's take a look at Wayfair, W. Well, again, if you're looking at the VWAP, 35.94, so it's right at the VWAP. And maybe if it takes out, 36.20-ish, it might get rolling. The high was 37.80. You look left, but what I'm doing is I'm looking more intraday where the high was. All right, we haven't seen this one for a while. AI play, BFRG, BFRG. Haven't seen this one for a while though. Very ugly looking 15-minute chart chopping around. Could get going. It probably won't happen today, but it could get going if it gets over 6:30 or so. Well, that was a how long a haul? That was about a 15-minute haul for it. Wow, look at this. Right back down, guys. Not quite. I mean, this thing is still up 54%. ASNS still up 54%, now 23%. A moment, guys. I did not realize that. You're right. A $3.5 million private placement. My favorite. At $3.70. Huh. The rooms will be open, Luis. Chris Farley. Now, the difference is Chris Farley will not be on the mic all day long like I am. Okay. He'll open the rooms and he'll pop in every now and then. YouTube is going to be more of an issue but I would consider going to the main room because Real will be in the main room all the time. And so That will be more the issue for the YouTubers. But the rooms will be open. But again, Chris cannot to be on the mic like I am all day. He does have other stuff he has to do at Trade Ideas. So he'll open the room, he'll pop in every now and then, but Real will be in the main room all day. And thanks to Real. All right, I mentioned Fuse FSLY just before I took my break. Yeah, it's still. I think I mentioned it here. I can't remember if I had the pull up, but now it's moving down through the VWAP 1286. Another great VWAP break, 286, 1286, I should say. Hey, we do have. I don't like this one. This GLTO. I think this has an ugly chart. Yeah, very ugly looking chart. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Now is it 113, 113, 114. So I'll do my video quickly. Okay, I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Luis, you know what? I mean, the question you're answering or asking. I mean, there are all sorts of trading, call them trading groups around the world. Okay, and if a trading group decides that today's our AI day, and they're big enough, I guess, powerful enough, and all of a sudden, they start to those start to move. Of course, our software will pick that up, and we'll start to trade them. So it's sort of a, there's no rhyme or reason to it. Absolutely. Question was, why do some days, the AI stocks go crazy? I mean, it depends. I mean, obviously, if AI had some news, AI the stock had some news that could help propel the whole sector. But it's just rotation. I mean, people get tired of doing one thing, and eventually this low float mania will die away for a while. But it's like when the first one happens and it hits, scanners like ours, then we're always looking. Then we're looking for another one, and typically they all kind of follow. Yeah, you guys are talking about AMD. AMD. Wow, no kidding. Good. That's a big pop. 1.6 billion in the float. That is a big pop for that stock. Had earnings. Yes. Reaction was on the third yesterday, and gap down, and now trying to come back. Microsoft news. Okay, thank you. Microsoft is helping finance AMD's expansion into AI processors. Okay, yeah, I see that now. Now, interesting. Coming right. No, I'm sorry. It is not coming into the. Oh, I see what's happened. Okay, so above the VWAP, of course, above the 200-day moving average. So this could have a nice little run. It's already had a nice run. Definitely a situation in which news does count. I mean, to know why this is happening, and that seems like it could sustain it for a while anyway. And that's the AMD. Oh, I love Poe. Let me see what this EUDA is doing, and good for you. Hey, the volume came in. So I mean, some volume came in. I mean, when it was 60,000, I think, when you said you were getting into it. Well, let's see where it could go. The VWAP's at 144, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. The next high looking left for you is 165. So, I mean, it's a shot now. Fantasy area would be more like two, and the super fantasy area would be like three. I know you're not going to be around till then. Guys, I should have brought this to your attention. OPCH, I think I mentioned this as a potential bounce candidate. With the market doing this now, yeah, son of a gun. I know I mentioned this right around this 25.38 level. It was a beaten up, it's beaten up still, but it's a earnings play. What held the VWAP and moved off it. Give me a moment, guys. Well, let's take a look at SMH, just the semi ETF, see what happened if it followed. A little bit. It's still down for the day, SMH, the semi ETF, but AMD sort of dragged it up a bit. Boy, there's not really been a big pullback yet, has there? Boy, still moving higher. All right, guys. Finally, I feel like I've got a little winner in the IMGN. I've taken some off at the just over 1350 from my 1320 buy after some small losses earlier. But the IMGN now looks like it wants to run a bit anyway. Yes, 1360 now. Haven't done that in a while, guys. That's a third attempt at getting in on this one today. And usually, I can't remember the last time I tried 3 times on a stock. Twice, yes, but not 3 times typically. But anyway, now go. If I weren't going on vacation, there was a part of me that would have held a little bit of it just to see. The problem, though, is that they could do a financing And I'm not trading. When I'm gone, I don't trade. Well, it has no resistance, so so for me from 1320 to 13 whatever 65, on the number of shares is fine. But the reason I was looking at it says no resistance. Remember what it did yesterday on that float. Is that 100? Is it 100 yet? AMD. I thought I was kidding, but I got to 90. Next high's looking left around 91 for AMD. Okay, guys, market lifting here. Sorry, a little tap tap. Okay. All right. GPC, I know Captain John's been talking about this one. I can see what he's looking at. This is an area right here. Well, there's the not GPC, GDC, GDC. Yeah, if it takes out 727, that could get it rocking right up in this area here. So guys, I'm saying, as a watch list, I mean, this AI and our watch list, daily watch list, I mean, it's giving you some, just try find ways to trade around it. The IMGN, I mean, that was early on, 1293. You could have held on because it never really broke down, never didn't hit the stop ever. Now you're sort of rewarded. The PLTO and this one, the PLNT, nice shorts. But it does require some analysis. Boy, look at top. Oh man, you would think this is it now for it. But I'm pretty sure people thought, the day it got down to 39, which is 2 days ago, that must have been it, and not even close. Right, guys, things have settled down quite a bit for me now. So this HCDI, I know you guys were talking about it earlier. Yeah, I mean, it got up here and it's halted right now. Okay, it's halted on the way down, I guess. And this is the one that got up to 14 yesterday. Low float, very low float, micro float. I'm not in this one, but boy, that wall looks really intriguing, doesn't it? I mean, it's just trying to recover penny by penny by penny, or dime by dime by dime now. Look at this thing go now, guys. What a bounce off that low here from 11 to 23. I'm sure there were a lot of wreck shorts on this one when they basically came out and said, "Hey, that FT article is false." Just divide by the ratio. Okay, so what was the ratio? Okay, so divide 1.5 billion by 25. That'll be the new float. Okay. I didn't realize it had 1.5 billion shares in the float. Holy smokes. Still a big float, but not 1.5 billion anymore. Was that about 60 million? AMC. Well, I actually see GME moving a bit, but yeah, yeah, it has earnings tomorrow. Wedbush remains a sell on AMC. I can't remember what price target they put on them. They put one heck of a price target on Bed Bath and Beyond at 10 cents, and it got down there and less. So yeah, Luis, I mean, if you come in the pre-market and you start looking at the things that are moving in the pre-market, sometimes that'll give you a bit of a clue. Now, if you're asking like why today will the AIs be moving, or why today will the low floats be moving? I mean, that's just, I wouldn't even worry about why, because you're not going to be able to say, today, well, tomorrow these are going to move. So you come in the morning, you do some pre-market work, take a look at what's moving. Now, obviously, this morning we knew that the banks were in disarray. Okay, so you could concentrate on all those regional banks as an example. The low floaters, that's they're going to be around still for a bit, but they've dried up quite a bit. I mean, there's just not as many of them. But the why, I think, could drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why on any given day, unless it's a sector that has that is obvious why something is happening. All right, guys. Well, in about 20 minutes or so, I'll be in a marketing meeting, and I'll probably wrap this up at 3, just maybe just a little after 3 today. I know I usually go to about 3:20, but my wife is going to be. We got packing to do and all sorts of things that have to be done before we leave tomorrow. So, GFAI pushing off the VWAP. 7-Eleven, yeah, a little bit. I'll be back on in the room back May 16th. So I'm gone tomorrow, and then I'm back in the room May 16th, and we're going to Paris. Yep. May 1 was or May 1st was a big demonstration in Paris. Yeah, I know, crazy. 2 years racing. It's been going on for a while. We'll steer away from those. We've been to Paris, I think 2 or 3 times, at least 2 times. So we've seen all the major stuff, okay, that, where maybe there could be some, congregations. I'm not too concerned. I'll be in the room on the 16th. The 16th. I think Monday is the 15th, right? Yeah, so that's when I come back, okay? So I'll be back in the room on the 16th. I do not trade while I'm on vacation. I do not trade at all. It is a complete good one, William. No, we've been to the Louvre. So we've been, we've done the Eiffel Tower, the Arc, the Louvre, all the major galleries. So I don't have to do that. Okay, come on. So the more IMGN goes up, the more expensive that first bottle of wine in Paris is going to be. Skip to Melou. Good one, William. Again, all these ancient references. Too bad. I missed, hopefully maybe some of you took this one. You heard me talking about this TSVT. I wouldn't say it was smooth, smooth, smooth. I see a bottoming tail there, a topping tail there. But, I mentioned that if it took out that high right there, which was what, 1124, that it had a shot to the 1173 mark and it's getting closer. Listen, if it takes out 1173, oh man, I mean, then you've got then you've got 13, which is the 200-day moving average. So, I mean, this could have if it can take this out, 1173, if you're in this one already, but even if you're not, if it takes this out, this has a shot to fill in this void even more so. And that's the TSVT. Underground Paris. Well, we've taken. I guess you're not talking about the metro. I mean, we've taken the metro many times, but oh, I guess the answer is no. I think last time I saw this one, it was sitting around the VWAP in NOx. Yeah, 1305. So it's lifting off the VWAP just a little bit. You can see that. I mean, if this NNOX gets up to 1364 with any volume, this could have another run at the day's high. And the day's high is way up here, almost 15. So, if you're looking at this NNOX, I'd probably put a price alert right around that 1364 mark and see if it can take it out at a huge run, almost nonstop. From 9:30, almost nonstop, from 1068 up to almost 15. So almost a 50% run, 30%, 33 and a third percent run. Oh, I was right, 50. It is halted. Ooh, on the way down though, right? WAL is halted on the way down now. Yes, halted on the way down. Now let's see if it takes up the VWAP again. 1988 is the VWAP. That's $1 away. Let's see if it we've got halted on the way down. Well, let's take a look at Apple. I know you guys, some of you will trade it, I suppose, but let's take a look at Apple and see what is happening ahead of earnings this afternoon. So yeah, it's basically flat. There's no big movement one way or the other. Well, Grumpus, hopefully I don't add to that number. Let's take a look at KRE. That's why I think it's just really following. Oh, KRE is just not really, not really giving it up. Yeah, I can get by French. I'm from Montreal, so I can get by. Come on, IMGN, give me one more high. Get into 1370s. All right, guys. Nothing. Just my one hold right now is still the IMGN. I have sold some around the third, just over 1350 from 1320, and now I'm just waiting to see if it can. There's no resistance as far as I'm concerned. I have to go back to 2018, so I don't think there's really that much resistance other than just people taking profit. How many people were down here at 430 that actually held on yesterday or even here? All right, guys. Again, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting. Yeah, that GDC, I mean, it could get going. Somebody said, the VWAP, I think is just a little bit above it. I would stick my price alert right around here. The VWAP is at 699, so it's at 694 now. Takes out the VWAP and maybe clears up to a 722 with some volume. You could have another spurt. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be in this meeting. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. Out of the, guys, I'm out of the IMGN. I was hoping it would get into the 70s. The minute it got back down to the low 60s, I thought, okay, that's enough. Um, so that's it. I'm not in anything right now. I'm not in any particular hurry to get into anything. Hmm. I do like the way this is organized. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I do like the way this is organized because it basically tells you, okay, how active are these momentum stocks? So for instance, on the way down, the last alert was at 1252. I mean, that's the last alert on stocks that are moving down. Stocks moving up. We did have one for the Sigma at 211, but before that, 117, almost an hour. So I kind of like the way this is organized. And it's all to do with the group, the view mode, group and sort by. And what I do is I just say keep the newest, which is obvious right at the top. I sort by time. Okay, so the time will be at the top and descending direction. And what that is going to do is it'll show me every time a stock makes a new high and the time, but you just won't have like a running list of Sigma. If Sigma made a high at 210 and 209, and you won't see a running list of it. You'll just see there's a ARNC just made a new high. Now this is a buyout, so I'm not too interested in that. Okay, yeah, I can repeat the sort again. I'll show it. Okay, so you can see my screen stand. You can see the screen. Okay. So typically this is, what virtually all scans will look like. So if you right click, go to properties and then view mode, newest first. Okay. Now, if you do that, that's the typical way of presenting an alert window. Every time a stock made a new high, you would see it over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. Now that's, which is okay. It kind of nags at you. Don't forget about me. And you'll see a list of the same stock. But if you don't, how I've organized it though, in the view mode, I go to group and sort by. And so this is what I use. You keep newest. So right at the top, I sort on the time. So you see the last one and in descending. So in other words, I want it descending time order. So that'll ensure that that every time a stock that meets all the filter requirements makes a new high, I will see it. And I'll see the time, of course, the price. Okay, so I'll leave that up if you want to take a screenshot or if you've got it now in your head that's That's what I'm doing. Okay. And I do the same here for the one stat. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same. Okay, good. Boy, oh boy, missed the boat on this one, guys. OPCH. I really missed the boat on this one, on this gentle recovery that it's had. Look at this. I mean, I know I mentioned this one right around here. No, that's wrong. I mentioned it earlier because I was on break here. I think it was right around here at 11:30 or so when it was sort of toying with the VWAP. And I said, well, keep an eye on. Boy, what a beautiful, orderly, non something that's not going to drive you crazy. I mean, just beautiful. Just one little red candle, but a narrow body on it, and it's just really, really moving. OPCH. I just can't chase it now. Ah, too bad. That's just a great recovery trade. OPCH. So you know what I'd be doing tomorrow because it had a nice rally today. If it closes high, like at the high of the day, I'd look for maybe a continuation recovery day on this one because look at the gap it still has. So you might want to just put this. If this closes near the high of the day, I would probably put this on my radar tomorrow to see if it again keeps trying to fill that gap, and that is the OPCH. William, were you around during the Great Depression? And I kid, William. Guys, I mean, this might turn into a short if it takes out 2651. Might turn into a short. This might be the end of it. If his real is around, he might look at the where is it? Where is the LRC on this one for OPCH? For me, on the 5 minute, it looks like it's right at the top. He's gone. Okay. Oh, somebody was talking about Rely and Goldman has a price target on them at 22. Is that right? Boy, this Zixi, there's another one I really, really missed. ZYXI. Another fairly, I mean, little pause, little pause, little pause, but basically straight down. And the alert was at 10:44, at 10:53. So plenty of time to analyze it. 10:44 down to 9:60 now. And the resumption for the ASNS. Eva finally made another new low. Eva made another new low, all-time low now. Again, 733 now, all-time low for Eva, EVA. $55 down, Eva. And Zixi and Eva just competing with each other. That's what I'm talking about right here, guys. Zixi and Eva. This is the repeating. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? If you can understand. So you see how sigma is repeating over and over and over again, whereas you only see it one time. Now these are different scans, but you only see it one time. So if I organize it the same way here, you would only see sigma like one time, but every time it did make a new high, you'd see it, but you just don't see it over and over and over and over and over again. Good exit by me on the IMGN. A little disappointed, I have to admit. I thought maybe you could get closer to 14, but c'est la vie. I practice my French, a little c'est la vie. This is 60. No, it's not an all-time low. Not even close to an all-time low, but boy, it's getting beaten up here. This is not an earnings play, so there's something else going on. Yeah, there's something else going on, guys. I thought it was an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with this one then. Had earnings on the 27th. Ah, There we go. Share slide is 20 as the CEO abandons their share purchase plan. Now that's interesting. I guess that must have hit. I don't know. Does anybody use IB News? I don't know why, for instance, that's not still here. I mean, that's it. I know. Well, maybe it's because it's loading. Okay. I know it would have had to have been here earlier. Well, that's the reason. Abandoning the share purchase plan. So this ARNC, which is an earnings, not an earnings play, it's a buyout, but it's just the buyout price is supposed to be about 30. And again, just because the buyout's at 30 and you're seeing it here at 28.90, don't think that, well, I guess I better sink everything I've got because I'm going to make $1.10 a share. Not necessarily. Man, how low can EVA go here? I mean, there's another breakdown here. Well, I guess it can go as low as it wants to. There's nothing supporting it. All-time low. Wow, maybe a 7 break coming now. There was really no, I mean, you could see that the stock was, declining for a long time, but look at here. No big clue that you were going to go from 21 down to 7. And people knew there was going to be earnings. I mean, so there was no big bets being placed ahead of time. Yeah, whoever has top shorts. I mean, center point, yes. Most people cannot short top. I mean, top is gone. Getting back almost from where it came. There's another $15 to go. But yeah, if anybody who had shorts in this one was laughing. Mr. Two, you were one of those center point people, aren't you? With center point shorts or top shorts at center point. He's top of buy now. Well, understanding that, I mean, there's no reason why top, if you follow the story, there's no reason why top got up to $256 whatever day that was 5 days ago. Okay. So now it's just coming back to reality. Now, will there be people at some point maybe taking a look at 20 and maybe, playing a little bounce? It's possible, but it's highly, highly speculative. I mean, somebody again, I'm only responding to somebody in our YouTube room saying, "Is top a buy now?" I would say emphatically no, because I mean it hasn't even stopped going down yet. So even if you were trying to play it on a speculative bounce, it has to stop going down. I mean, it is just a disaster. The wow, look at the VWAP, 49.77, 49.77. It just had, well, it did have some, it had some halts earlier, but this is, whatever computer program controls the halts, it did not kick in, but it did have some halts earlier. There's one at 12:43, one at 12:25. So it did have some halts earlier. Boy, this halts halts resume scanner has just been so active these past 2 weeks. All right, guys. So it is 2:41. Actually, Chris is going to show up in the room. We just want to make sure that the handoff, he hasn't been in the room for a while. So Chris Varley will be in the room probably just a little after 3, he said, just so that he make sure he can get into the rooms. And again, Chris will take over for me for the 7 trading days, not on the mic all day long though. So what he'll do is he'll show his screen and come in every now and then and get on the mic. So before that happens, I will just talk one last time about my homepage and what you can find. And as I said to you, I mean, we don't have very many people in our Discord room, so the Discord will not be open. Okay, I'm not going to get him to open it up, but I will reopen it on May the 16th. Okay, for those few that follow me in Discord. Okay, so May 16th. Okay, clicking on my alert, or my homepage, you'll see this. So there you are, right at the top here. Still a nice promo on for 25%. Now, when you click, if you want to take out a subscription, so it's Mayo 25, MAYO, the letter O, not zero, 25 for 25% off. First month only or the entire year. Now, when you click on Get Trade Ideas, you will see this code, okay? Mayo 20. Don't use that. Use my code, Mayo 25. Get 25% off instead of 20, okay? And if you're currently a monthly subscriber, you want to take on an annual right now, you can do so using that code. And if you do take on a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install, your first startup and login. Okay. New to trading, we've got a Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, Trading 101. So if you're new to trading, a nice little course. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free also. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage and you want to get to my scans immediately, you just have to scroll down and then click here on the scan section. And here are the scans that I'm sharing, what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is the biggest gainers from the open. This is this race you see here. I am sharing another race. It's a large cap race, so not as you won't see huge percentage moves. And here's the beauties, guys. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Okay, I would absolutely, I would load this because next week you're still going to be an earnings week, and you get all sorts of great alerts. I think anyway, especially on the downside, especially on the downside. So you can have those. The momentum scan. This is a basic momentum scan that you can have. Doesn't look like this exactly, but it's a basic momentum scan. Here's the halts resumes right over here. Look at all the halts and resumes that we get. And then the single stock window. If you like this, you can have it. The single stock window is completely customizable. This is what I like to see. All these are filters. Okay, so when I say that, configure filters. Okay, these are just all the filters that we've got. So you can put them here. So if you're more into financial, I'll show you what I mean. Well, let's go fundamentals, I should say, fundamentals. So if you want to see fundamental stuff in the single stock window, this is all the fundamental stuff that we have. Okay. Personally, I don't care, but some might. But if you like this, then you can have this. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you click on my link, then you can get to that Mayo 2025. And also, if you save my homepage, you will have access to all my scans and that big education section. Gold, bro, please. So what are you wanting? What, the gold ETF? I'm not a gold bug, so I guess it's all-time high now or close. So I'm not sure what you want me to. I don't trade gold, okay? I don't trade any of the basically don't trade commodities. Boy, oh boy. I mean, the next low looking left is that weekly chart right there. I'd watch this one tomorrow. Obviously it could bounce or it could just continue down. Thing is, but it could be active. This is the ZYXI, just could be active because that next low looking left on the weekly chart is 934. So it's almost there. And then the next low is 886. That's kind of close, a little bit close. Because then you look on the weekly chart, looks like there's pretty decent support right around that 880, 890 area, 880 to 890 area on the weekly chart. Rusty Roo, you too. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure he's heard that a million times. Chris Varley. Chris Farley. I'm sure he's heard that a million times. Boy, look at this. What an earnings play this was. Court. Initially, it was negative, but all the way down here, 2183. And now, since this breakout here of 2262, it has been straight up. I know some of you were trading Sigma. Oh, I see it did make another new high at 249. You bought FHN for a swing, okay? FHN. Let's take a look at FHN. Interesting, because this was the really devastating, well, 3 devastating weeks, but this was sort of the devastating week right here, where a lot of them were making their bottoms here, and that's 1333. So this is making a okay. This is what I'm trying to say. If I look at WAL, okay, so that candle is that other candle that I was looking at, and there's the bottom there, and it tried today. It tried. But you're looking at FHN, you're looking at FHN right there, and it is taking that low out today. Good luck, William. Good luck. Yeah, so TD Bank scraps the purchase of First Horizon amid regional bank crisis. Okay, so I guess that is the reason why it dropped so much. There we go. Wow, that deal was announced in February of 2022. 2022. So there's a classic, so you announce a deal, we're gonna pay you $25, 2022. That's why, you cannot, there's no guarantee of anything, any merger that you hear about, any company buying another, is no 100% guarantee it's going to happen. But just like the ARNC. Now this looks a little more stable, but you never know. $30 is the Apollo intends to purchase Arcana for $30 a share. Now, could it fall apart? Could. Real, and again, say it one more time, hugely appreciative of your coming in on those 7 trading days. Takes a big load off my mind. Well, the first one should be Grumpus, of course. So I'll give you carte blanche on him. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. He's definitely cleaned up his act. I completely agree. I always knew he had something to contribute. I just don't know why he was just being like the class clown all day long. Grumpus. Okay, guys, if you're into something wild and speculative, the GDC is still hanging around this area. Just hanging around this area. If it ever gets some volume and pops through that 729 level, could go on a bit of a run, but you have to wait for it. That's why I put a price alert. I probably will not do anything though. It's going to be a little too late for me. Because I am, the minute Chris gets in here, I'll probably have a brief chat with him, make sure that logistically he is able to come into the room, no problem, share his screen, no problem. And then I'll probably bid you guys adieu. In fact, that's what I might do. When he comes in, I'll just bow out, assuming he can share his screen correctly, and then I'll just let him close the room. Meanwhile, wow, Zixi just keeps making new low after new low after new low. Thank you, Cam. Another one breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Click KLIC. Next low looking left is 42.68. Boy, that means it's got room. On the weekly chart, it's got room to keep moving down. KLIC. Doesn't trade very much. Only 530,000. And it's its earnings day. So usually, they have an explosion of volume. It's 2.8 times normal, but it's not very much volume. So this QRTEB, so it came out of the halt. This is one of the crazy ones. I think the other one is QRTEA. Thank you, Pepe. And as usual, thanks for you for all your IT help. Thank you, Jer. Earnings tonight, QRTEA. Is that the one that has done just insane things on no volume in the past? You look at a monthly chart. Yeah, I thought something was even. Wow, look at this. Are you kidding me? This is going to have earnings? Curate Retail. Okay. 73 cents right now. Thank you, Sam, in our YouTube room. Thank you. But I thought there was one that, is it like 50, 60, 80 bucks, $80. One of these QRT E and then some letter afterwards. The the people who used to pump QRT, are you talking about a quote unquote chat room? One of those guys who got nailed? Thank you, William. Yes. I don't know if it's deserved, but I definitely want one. There's no question. Yeah, okay, so you're talking about in the Discord room. Yeah, I know who I think I don't know specifically who you're talking about, but I remember the kind of the FBI or some group, some agency rounded up a bunch of them last year, right? Which is the reason why I'm so careful about not telling anybody to buy or sell. I'm not an investment advisor. Yeah, they were ratting. Yeah, I think one of them ratted the majority of them out. Just like the movies, you know. The first one to break gets the deal. No, look at this one. Look at Pack. I mean, I don't think I don't think I've ever seen this one. Pack, but an all-time low. PACK, Rand Pack. Hey, Real Man, a nice call. He's not here now, but the OPCH, I asked him about on a short of this, and I don't know if he was kind of tongue in cheeking it, but no, he said blue sky above. And I was wondering if this 27 would hold. And it broke down just below 27 briefly. Wow, what a move from here. I mean, this is just like such a gentle, not easy, nothing is easy, but just a gentle, nice trend up for OPCH ever since it took out 25.30. I mean, it's a $2 move. And really, no reason to get rid of it if you got this just over that VWAP break. You know what's actually holding the VWAP? I'm not going to do it again, but what's holding the VWAP is IMGN. 1305, the VWAP, it held. Remember the VWAP was down around 1280 down here, and every time, even though I got stopped out a couple of times early on this one, it was holding the VWAP, and then it had the run. Now maybe it's going to hold again. 1305. So don't tell me that was fake news on the AMD and the Microsoft deal, or is this just immense profit taking? Another one, 8640. So if you're a VWAP player, you're right around the VWAP right now. Or AMD, will it bounce off it or will it, you know, make its way through? NNOX guys, I have an alert set here. And why? I think this is breaking out. Yeah, so here you go. If you're into this, NNOX, it just broke out over these levels there at 1363. The high up here is 14, almost 15. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but certainly it had a huge run for an hour and 15 minutes. One, two, three, four. Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes before it fell. I'm sure this is a low float. So this got all jumbled up. Let me actually it's not a low float, 45 million. So it's not a crazy low float. The NNOX. MRSN, well, that was the sympathy play, right, with IMGN yesterday, MRSN. Yeah, I mean you know what? I mean it broke yesterday's high. This was the sympathy play with IMGN yesterday. And yeah, it had a nice move, 10% move. Now, to me, I mean, it looks like a lot of resistance right around 8. So, but it still has some room to move, but then a lot of resistance. This weekly chart out. Let me better look at it. Yeah, right around there. But that's a great week it's had. 2 days, really, the 2 days. Okay, WOW IEP. Does that mean WOW IEP? It is surging back? Or WOW IEP collapsing again? Well, yeah, it had the nice rally for sure. It had a nice rally from 28 to 33, but market's not believing it. Willing to bet your last gigabyte of RAM that Apple will mention AI 100 times? How many times did Meta mention it? I think he mentioned I think he mentioned it many times in their earnings or their conference call. Speaking of Meta, what happened to Meta after that big giant red candle yesterday when the SEC said something about they didn't do enough to protect kids or something to that effect? Yeah, not much. 0.75% move, so not much. But boy, I mean, if this takes out that low of yesterday, 232, I mean, look out below. So if Apple comes out with, something not that great, and it could affect the entire tech market. I wonder if Chris maybe forgot. He said he was going to show up just around 3 o'clock. Maybe he forgot. Okay, I might have to change the color The color coordination in here, this is all red. Yeah, I'll do that by the time I come back. I should have it. I mean, I can color coordinate it. This is just relative volume. So I could say, okay, show me, highlight the ones that are, extraordinary. So maybe I use 20 as a minimum, as an example. Some huge volume. I mean, 47 times, 148 times normal volume. Now it's 195 for sigma. So the volume that came in, I mean, so at 255, the relative volume was 148. So in 15 minutes, the relative volume has gone from 148 to 198. And that might be a scan that you want to take a look at, a race that you want to take a look at. We have one race that's just based on increasing relative volume. And I'm sure if you asked nicely, Chris would, well, it's actually one of our channels. Click on new, doc channel bar. And where is it? Price and volume. Increasing relative volume. Okay, so we do have a race based on increasing relative volume. And so if you go to the price and volume stock racing channel, there it is. So what does that mean? So in other words, a sigma that went from whatever it was, 148 to, what did I say, 195 in 15 minutes. I'm sure you would have seen that as something that is increasing relative volume. Right, guys, Chris must be a little bit delayed. He has to pick up his daughter every day after school, so he might have been just a little bit delayed. Or are you going to hold Apple through earnings, Kiri, or you're just taking it until 4 o'clock? Of course, Apple does not release earnings at 4 or 4:05 like most of them. They take their own sweet time and releasing at 4. So you're going to hold through earnings, okay? Good luck. So they release at 4:30. So you'll get some after hours action leading up to the actual release. You might want to keep an eye on the SHC. It disappointed me. I really thought, boy, when it took out 15, that it would have this especially the market was weak. Not that it has to follow the market, but boy, look at that void. There is Mr. Varley himself. How are you? So this is what I would do, Chris, is I would start sharing your screen, and then you can close the room down. Okay, so make sure the screen sharing is working for you in the room. Okay. Now the other thing is, before you do that, can you see my screen? Okay, so there's a little gear here. I don't know. And what I do is when I close the room down, I just put down the room will open and the next day at 8 a.m. So that's what people will see. Okay. So it's the little gear. You got it? And then close room. Not lock room, close room. Okay. So if you want to take over and I'll say goodbye. Probably not. And that's right. All the nice things we say about customers. Always nice. And now you're going to open the YouTube room though, also, right? Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 Can you guys tell Chris that you can see his screen? So we just want to make sure that you guys are saying yes, yes, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. And by the way, Pepe is a extremely astute IT guy. So if you have some issues, you Pepe's a great guy. He doesn't work for trade ideas, but he should. Ah, right. Okay, so I'll let you shut the room down, okay? You can probably do it in 2 or 3 minutes if you want. So, okay, goodbye, everybody. I'll see you back on May the 16th. Thanks. Thanks.